Everyone. This is Chetan. I hope you guys can hear me well, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, before we get started, let me give you a brief introduction about myself since I'm going to take the whole session. I'm Chetan Nayak, by the way, and we will be doing a lot of hands-on exercises for the next 3 days over like maybe around 6 to 7 hours every day for the next 3 days. And that's for Malware on Steroids course. For those of you who have also selected to attend the Offensive Tool Development course, which I usually call as the OTD course, we'll be doing a lot of hands-on on that as well. And we will be getting short breaks in between as well at the same time. The first break would be for around like 5 to 10 minutes after the first 1.5 hours. After that, there would be again a 45 minutes break for lunch or whatever you guys want to take. And after that, there will again be around 5 to 10 minutes break for another coffee or something. And in case you have any doubts or anything, feel free to ping me up at any point of time, either over chat or if you want to DM me, just make sure that you can do that as well. So feel free to bug me up with questions as much as you want because that's the aim of the whole session. And yeah, so let's get started. I hope everyone has received the slide deck as well as the content, right? The tar.gz file for Malware on Steroids.
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool. So if anyone has not received, feel free to ping me up. I'll share them the link right away. For the Malware on Steroids, we won't be requiring any other VM apart from a single Windows VM where we will be developing all our tools. Just make sure that whenever you are building tools or payloads or reflective DLLs or anything else, your Windows Defender is disabled because obviously we will be taking a look at hiding things in memory, but our aim is not to build a signature free detection on disk. That is something that can be easily done by encrypting the whole shell code within a specific DLL or a file, or putting that embedded file within a specific exe. So that's not the aim of hiding our signatures. The aim is to hide or to keep stealth as much as possible when we are in memory. So make sure you disable your Windows Defender, especially cloud protection, because you don't want your payloads to end up with Microsoft in the end. There have been a lot of scenarios where I was doing red team engagements. I was testing out my payloads and it was not detected at that point of time. But 3 to 4 days into engagement, when I was dealing with ATP, my payload started getting detected, and that was because most likely when I built them, it was because I did not disable cloud protection. I did not disable sample submission at that point of time. So even if it's not detected right now, it might get detected after a few days. So it's better to always maybe just disconnect your laptop from the internet. That's the best option. I don't trust Microsoft. That's the reason. But just make sure you disable your Defender to get started. And for the remaining setup of your Windows as well as for your, if you're going to use Linux as well, then we will go ahead and set them up right away during the session itself. So yeah, let's get started. So the agenda is to cover a lot of tasks. The aim is to build as much. So the two courses are the MOS as well as OTD. The Malware on Steroids course will focus more on towards building the core payloads, building your initial access payloads, hiding them in memory, and taking a look at different OPSEC considerations, along with building your own command and control center. We will be building two different command and control centers. One would be a simple TCP based connection like Metasploit kind of thing, and the other one would be a bit more advanced, which would be able to execute your reflective DLLs, build your own stages, shell code, building your own C2s, and everything that you want over here. So that's what we will be doing tomorrow, the core C2 part. Whereas the OTD course, for those of you who will be attending, that will be more focused on the post exploitation stuff. And if you're going to if you're going to attend both of these sessions, then you would be able to integrate your OTD tools that you build, which can be anything from, let's say, performing LDAP queries to enumerating local systems or remote systems over the network, scanning SMB shares, port scans, and all of these are in C. Remember that. And you would be able to integrate them that with the C2 that will be building over the MOS, that's your Malware on Steroids workshop, and you would be able to build your own command and control center. At least that's the aim of the whole workshop. So in case at any point of time you have any kind of query, feel free to ping me up. And even after this session, if you have any queries, you can always ping me up over Signal or Discord or over email as well. I am more quickly responsive on Discord and Signal and email. Maybe like you might feel a bit of delay over there. So this is what we will be taking a look at the course overview. Basically, what exactly would be covered in the course. The development environment, we will be setting a single Windows and a Linux system. I don't like to develop my payloads in Visual Studio, although we will be taking a look at some of the core aspects of Visual Studio and how it can help you ease a lot of things that is not that easily possible in Linux. I am myself a Linux guy. I don't use Windows a lot apart from when I am building my own tools. Most of the things that we will be doing would be using the Windows would be using the MingW compiler instead of the Clang compiler, which is used by Visual Studio. So MingW is something that comes as a part of Kali if you're going to use Kali Linux, and if you're going to use your own distro, then you can simply go ahead and install it with a single command. I've added that commands later on in the slide deck so that you can add them up. As for me, I specifically like to use Ubuntu as my base system, and I install all my tools over there. I'm not a fan of Kali because I don't even know what all things are installed. It's like a really big repository, so I like to prefer the lightweight Ubuntu and adding my own tools. So feel free to, however, build your development environment as we go through. The command and control architecture, we will take a look at what core things we will need to take a look at, and while building your core architecture, we'll take a look at that in a few minutes. We will go through basic fundamentals of Windows internals and Windows OS architecture. So when I say Windows internals, we'll be taking a look at some of the core aspects of how memory works, how the processes work, how the threads work, how they look like in memory. And we will be using a bit of WinDBG and a lot of x64dbg. That's your x64 debugger. I prefer to use x64 debugger over WinDBG, but both have their own places where you could use them. For example, if you're using WinDBG, then you would be able to reverse engineer almost every other thing. But sometimes you might want things to be a bit more graphical and automated. In that case, I would prefer x64dbg. So we will be using both of them. x64dbg mostly for reversing almost every other thing, whereas WinDBG for taking a look at the Windows structures and how they exactly look like in memory. We'll be building our own reflective loader as well. In P reflection, we'll be building our own reflective DLL from scratch. We will be taking a look at what are the limitations of the original reflective DLL that was built by Stephen Fewer back in 2011, and we will modify them, tweak them a lot so that they're not as detectable as it is by default if you just download it from the web and try to run it. Most of the open source tools that you would find online, they are basically built over the Stephen Few's reflective DLL, including all the DLLs that are there in Metasploit, or if you are using something like, for example, Mimikatz as well, the Mimikatz DLLs and almost every other thing. So it's always better to build your own reflective DLLs and use them rather than using an open source version. So we will be taking a look at that and how to hide our allocated sections via image spoofing as well in memory. Going on to the next slide, this is what we'll be covering, and we will not be covering. We will be focusing a lot on the implants that would be required for red teaming, because in the end, the whole workshop of MOS, OTD, and RTOS, they are focused on red teaming itself. So this will focus a lot on the development of implants for your red team, especially initial access payloads and your initial infrastructure for your command and control. We will be taking a crash course on Windows API development. Windows API are not something rocket science. They are pretty easier to understand once you get a hold of that. And Windows API are most likely, I would say, similar to your functions like you would use in any other programming language. So we'll be taking a look at that soon. We will be taking a quick crash course on Windows internals to understand how the process information and thread information, the fiber information and mutex informations are stored within memory itself. So even if you don't understand some parts of what I'm saying right now, it would make sense later on when we take a look at them, the debugger itself. So we'll be taking a look at different how to build our own shellcode. We won't be doing a lot of things in assembly, but there are a lot of ways to write your own shellcode. I mean, if you're someone who does exploit development a lot, then that shellcoding is different from the one that we would be doing here. Because when you're doing exploit development, the aim is to build a shellcode with the smallest length possible so that you can directly execute it using a ROP gadget or by deploying them on stack and getting them executed. Whereas that is not the aim over here, because when we are building payload, we don't really have any kind of limitations. We can, because we are eventually going into execute it via, whenever you are doing any kind of red team assessment, you're either going to drop in via HTA or a Word macro or Excel macro, or even sometimes your let's say DLL side loading as well. So so we don't really have any specific limitation, but always also make sure that at the same time that our shellcode do not have a really large size. For example, if you have, if most of you might have used Cobalt Strike here, then you would know that Cobalt Strike usually have a shellcode ranging from around 600 to 700 kilobytes. The stageless shellcode. So we don't want something like that. We want it to be as small as possible. So instead of writing the whole thing in C, converting that to a reflective DLL, and then writing a loader for our reflective DLL, we'll simply write a position independent code directly in C, and we will write it in such a manner with specific flags of our compiler that we are only able to generate the shell code and only the .text section of our P, and we do not have anything else. So in such scenario, we won't have to worry about any other P sections being available or any invalid offsets being available, so that we do not hop on any other invalid sections, and we will be able to directly extract the shell code from the .text section of our P and execute them. So we'll take a look at that shell coding part later on, mostly on day 3. We'll be taking a look at and discussing different techniques to evade antiviruses, EDRs, and sandboxes, and some of the things will also include patching specific things in memory to avoid EDR detection. But remember that nothing is foolproof here. What is evadable today might get caught tomorrow or day after tomorrow, because I am someone who belong to both an offensive and defensive part. And speaking from experience, there is a way to catch everything and there is a way to evade everything. So in the end, you would have to identify what is the best way to maintain stealth. And if you're just using one technique, you're in the end going to you are basically bound to get caught in the end. So what we will not be doing is we will not be doing any red team training. We will not be focusing on Active Directory or anything else over here, or any other different types of attacks of Active Directory. We will not be doing any exploit development training. We will not be using any kind of ROP gadgets. We will not be doing any kind of egg hunting or trying to exploit any existing tools, because that's not the aim. And we will not be doing anything related to web application security or zero-day development training. So this is to get started as to what we will be doing throughout the workshop. So a brief introduction about myself before we get started. I'll be taking the whole workshop for this as well as the next one. I am basically the founder for Dark Vortex, where I provide Brute as a software, which is my own command and control center. Whereas at the same time, I also provide different workshops on defense as well as offensive parts. The offensive ones are Malware on Steroids, offensive tool development, and red team and operational security. Whereas the defensive ones are malware, incident, and log forensics, where we basically take samples of different malwares and try to perform log analysis on them, depending upon the type of the malware, and adversary operations and proactive hunting, basically simulating your adversaries and hunting them within logs at the same time, which is a bit more advanced and a mixture of your red team as well as your offensive part, as well as the defensive part. As for me, I started off as a Linux L3 administrator, then I moved on to a researcher, and then I moved on to an incident responder, and then a red team at network intelligence. After that, I moved to Mandiant in FireEye, where I was doing a lot of red team activities for around almost 2 years. And then I moved to CrowdStrike as well, where I'm basically a senior red team engineer here, and I'm basically building detections for CrowdStrike. I'm also working at Hack the Box at the same time. I'm building different academy labs for them. So if you go and take a look at Hack the Box, you would find a few academy modules for Hack the Box Academy, where I'm building a lot of VMs for them as well at the same time. So this is my overview, and this is what we'll be doing throughout the course. We will not be doing a lot of theory. The one thing that I believe in is that the more practice that you do, the more practical approach that you take, it's much better to understand different things rather than taking a look at theory or just reading things. Obviously, reading is a lot important, especially I do a lot of blog reading as well. But at the same time, until unless you put that in practice, you won't really learn a lot, because for example, when you take a look at, let's say, a lot of open source tools from the web, and if you download it and if you execute them, some things might work, some things might not work. And if you're just a beginner, then you might get demotivated and you might think that, okay, this tool does not work. But there might be a reason why the tool does not work. There might be a reason why when the publisher published that tool, it was working in the that specific OS of that the publisher published the tool, but it might not work in your system or specific different version. So the aim is to identify that, and that will only be applicable when you practice put it into practice. Whenever you're building a malware, don't think of malwares as a specific, let's say something special. Think of it just like any other software that you develop. For example, let's say when I started building my malware, my the first payload that I built was a keylogger, and it was out of curiosity to understand how the game Mario worked. So basically, I wanted to understand that whenever you type left or right, how the character in the game Mario moved left or right. So in the end, it simply meant that the game was eventually doing some kind of logging of your keystrokes and trying to identify that if you press left once or twice, it moves that many steps. So that is basically how I started getting into malware development, and I started to understand how key logging works. And in the end, I realized it's just another software. So don't think of it like anything special that you're trying to build. You're just going to modify some aspects of the tool, that the existing tools that would be available, build some portions from scratch, and bend some of the operating system rules up to your will to make sure that you are evadable and stay consistent in memory. Here, command and control center is something similar to just another web application server. So if anyone of you who have some experience within web application development, then it would be a lot easier for you to understand how the command and control server work, because in the end we will be developing two different command and control servers, the primary one being the TCP one and the secondary one being the HTTP one. The HTTP one will contain a lot of managing, storing of cookies, and identifying different payloads on the fly without dropping anything to disk. So at that point of time, you would need to understand the basic fundamentals of web server. We'll take a look at that as well. Comms, we will take a look at how to encrypt our network communication protocol using RC4, writing our own RC4 algorithm instead of using anything from Windows DLLs. Whenever you are writing any specific payload, make sure you use as much your own code as possible rather than using your any specific API or a DLL of Windows. The reason being that whenever you reverse something, it's much easier to reverse whenever you are let's say for example using a Windows DLL. You're easily able to hook into specific API calls, take a look at the specific registers, take a look at the specific arguments that are supplied to DLL, which we'll take a look at later on when we take a look at x64 DBG and try to understand them. So make sure that whenever you are using something, try to apply your own algorithm as much as possible. We'll be taking a look at post-exploitation rules and how to integrate them, especially with reflective DLLs part, as well as the COF execution part, which is common object file format. That would be your object file execution. So, and we'll be taking a look at how to integrate them within our existing tools itself. Debugger. So debugger is probably your best friend who never answers anything directly. So so debugger is something that I would say that when you, if you're just getting started, then it is something that might look a bit intimidating to get started with. For example, when I did my OSCP back in 2017, and after that OSEP, I wasn't a fan of debugger at that point of time. Even though I used to code a lot, I never was a fan of debugger until unless I realized that I cannot go anywhere until unless I understand the debugger. And after that is probably something that I always keep in handy. And whenever if there's a bug or if there is something not getting executed, I quickly start my debugger and I take a look at what exactly is happening wrong. And if you are someone like who used to be like me, for example, I used to use a lot of printf statements and try to identify where is it exactly the payload is crashing, or where exactly the payload is running till, and after that it is crashing, then it's much easier to understand that in a debugger rather than adding a lot of printf statements and trying to identify which is working and what is not. So we'll take a look at debugger a lot later on. And as you continue to develop your own payloads and tools, in the end you would have to use debuggers a lot. Everyone has their different choices. Some like to use IDA Pro, some like to use let's say Immunity. My choice of pain is specifically x64 DBG, because there are not a lot of debuggers which support both 32-bit and 64-bit, and x64 DBG has some really good community support as well at the same time. So you would find a lot of plugins that you would be able to use and integrate them and automate a lot of your tasks. So yeah, we'll be taking a look at that debugger. And the next thing would be to understanding your environment, understanding normal versus abnormal whenever you're writing a payload. The more you make your payload look like a normal piece of software, the easier it is to evade the usual static signatures of your whenever you're trying to evade AVs or EDRs. We'll be taking a little bit of a look at the automation versus manual effort as to how you can automate the compilation, execution, and building of your payloads. Critical thinking and logic and limitations are one of the important aspects whenever you're doing any kind of offensive or defensive task, because in the end, I prefer to think of myself as an engineer more than being a hacker or a consultant or anything else, because the more analytical mindset that you have in the end, the more easier it would be for you to understand how a payload works, write your own payload, and hunt down a specific payload from an environment. So it's always important to understand all the three things rather than just focusing on being a red teamer or writing just offensive tools. So that's one thing that I would like to speak of. And critical thinking, basically trying to identify what is not working, why it is not working, and trying to debug it and trying to understand the limitations, because a lot of times there might be some detections which, no matter what you do, you won't be able to evade them. You might have to find some other way around that detection. So in such cases, you don't have an option, and you will have to understand what specific limitations might be there for your tool. And the next part is to get started with the Windows development environment. That's what we will be setting. So make sure you guys have a VMware or a VirtualBox, depending upon whatever you want to use. A Windows 10 Pro VM. I would usually say Windows 10 Pro because you have a lot of limitations on Windows 10 home version. So you can download a Windows 10 Pro VM directly from the Microsoft website as well. They also provide enterprise licenses for 6 months by default for free. You can use that and create a snapshot out of that. You can use Visual Code to perform editing of your code. That's what I like to use for everything that I develop for my payloads. The reason being that the payloads that you build out of MinW are extremely smaller in size as compared to your Clang compiler that is being used by Visual Studio. For example, the minimum, even if I do a static compilation, the minimum number of bytes that I have, or kilobytes for reflective DLL that I would generate, would be as low as 18 kilobytes in MinW, and the UI I would use for MinW would be my Visual Code, basically the IDE. Whereas if I use Visual Studio and if I use the Clang compiler, the Clang compiler will itself give the minimum size would be around 98 to 100 kilobytes, which is not a good thing for reflective DLL, because you're leaving a lot of memory-based artifacts by adding a lot of statically compiled functions and object files. So that's not something that you would want. We will be using CFF Explorer, one of the best tools that I like a lot to understand P, recreate P image in memory, and finding out the different offsets, functions, API calls, and text sections, or any other sections that are available within a P. We'll be taking a look at assist internals, at least not all the tools, some part of the tool, whenever we are building our payloads, to look like how exactly they would look like when they're running via sysmon or some similar tool. For example, if you're doing a command line argument spoofing and parent process spoofing, then you would need to take a look at how exactly that they look like, what events are being generated. So we will use the latest version of sysmon that would be available. Process hacker, one of the, again, best tools that are available to identify and take a look at how your payloads look like in memory. You of course won't need that if you're using x64 DPG, but if you are just someone who's getting started, and if debugger is a lot for you to get started with, process hacker is something good to identify reflective DLLs in memory, terminate their handles, processes, threads, or load a custom DLL in memory directly with the use of the process hacker itself with GUI and everything. And finally, Office 365 version, because when we build initial access payloads, most likely on day 3, we will be using a bit of Excel4 macros along with our stager that we have developed to download a stage from our created C2 and execute that stage in memory. So we will be using that. So make sure you install the trial version of Office 365 at least. And finally, the Linux development environment, that's all that you need to install. MinW, NASM. MinW64 is your compiler for your x64 as well as x86 GCC. It includes your G++ as well as your linker files, your LD files as well, which can link your object files. NASM is something that you would use to build or basically compile shellcode. We will be writing a very small bit of assembly later on, basically just to align stack in memory so that whenever we are executing our position dependent shellcode, they land properly on stack. So we will take a look at, we will be using an ASM to compile that. XXD to convert our raw P files to hex code. We will be using XXD for that. Object dump to identify the different sections and the instructions that are there within our P. Vim or Nano, depending upon whatever you like. If you are just like graphical user interface, you can go ahead and use that. Don't try to experiment by using Vim or Nano during the session, in just in case you might not be able to get out of Vim. And then we have Python 3 and Python 3 pip, which we will be using because we will be developing the C2 in Python 3 itself, because that's what the whole server would be built in for our Python. And the stage provider as well, we will be writing that in Python itself. So we'll be using Python 3 for that. So any doubts before we proceed till now? Any questions till now? Any doubts? Anything else? No doubts. Okay. So I'll shut down my video as for now, because some of you might have XLM4. I won't exactly call XLM4 is going to be dead. I mean, it again depends upon what kind of coding you are actually going to do. So, for example, let's say if you're just going to use the existing tools that are available, then obviously you're going to get detected. But you would be able to, if you're someone who likes to use syscalls and NT APIs directly within your Excel for macros, which is doable, and which is something that I have done as well. And there's already a tool called as MacroPack by a guy called as Sevagas. And if you take a look at his tool, then you would see that most of his payloads still evade most of the best EDRs that are still there in the market. So it again depends upon your configuration. XLM4 will not be disabled by default. I don't think it will be disabled for by default. I'm not sure about it, because I have again in the end, what I would like to say is that if you're just building a generic payload and sending it for to your target without identifying what exactly they are using, then yes, XLM4 will be disabled by default in that case. But in the end, when you're doing any kind of red team engagement, it's always important to first identify what exactly your target is using. For example, a lot of times your XLM, your by default, your macros will also be disabled within your organization, at least most of the organizations. So in such cases, your macros would also not work in similar scenarios. You might have to use maybe some kind of DLL side loading with HTA or something similar. Or sometimes that I like to use whenever during my red team engagement is I prefer to use, let's say, things like, for example, MSI, for example, by creating a setup shield, install shield setup, hosting that on maybe AWS, or let's say my static or a static blob on Windows.net, and providing that as a link with an authenticated link to my target, and then asking them to download it by providing their credentials, so that I can capture their credentials and they can download the whole MSI exec, which can perform DLL side loading. So it again depends upon your creativity. Just because something is disabled by default doesn't mean that it might not work. For example, if you're doing any kind of based lateral movement, then you would realize that XLM4 macros can be something that can be really useful. So XLM4 macros are not only useful for initial access, but once you gain access on the remote system, and if you want to perform lateral movement, then you can do that via DCOM directly by creating a shared XLM4 macro, and you would be able to use that for performing lateral movements via DCOM. So again, there are multiple uses to a specific tool, depending upon how you want to use. Over here we will be using XLM4 macro, because we will not be writing any specific VBAs right now from scratch, because the workshop focus more on shellcode C2 and writing your payloads in C and making them evadable in memory. How you deploy them, it's basically up to you in the end, because that is something that will keep on changing. So the XLM4 macro is just an example from my end as to how you can go ahead and deploy them in memory. So any questions still here before we proceed? Okay, cool. So I'll be turning off my video, because some of you might not have a lot of bandwidth, and I don't want to use up a lot of bandwidth just by sharing my video over here. So in case you have any questions or anything, feel free to put it down over in the chat, or basically just unmute your microphone and speak up in between. So I hope everyone has all of these things ready by default, right? Or some of do you guys need some time to install all of this? Because I provided the slide deck so that everyone can just go through it and maybe install the basic requirements. If you don't have it, I can give you like around 5 minutes to install all of these, and they won't take a lot of time. Do you guys have all of these installed? Okay. Sure. So just make sure you install both of these. I'll give you guys around 5 minutes, and yeah, let's continue in 5 minutes then. Okay. Sorry, my disconnected. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so talking about the next part, that is payload core. The one of the important aspects whenever you are building a specific payload for your command and control is authentication and verification. A lot of existing command and controls that are there available in the market, they do not have any kind of authentication and verification. It means that anyone would be able to send or replicate or perform a replay attack towards your command and control, and your C2 won't be able to identify that, and you would end up having a lot of kind of a denial of service attack. Especially if you have taken a look at, for example, some of the Cobalt Strike examples that have been available. If you just search them up on the web, you will find a lot of examples in that case. So in such scenarios where, for example, let's see if I am a blue team defender and if I see that there's a red team organization which is targeting my specific system, and if I'm able to figure it out that they are a specific Cobalt Strike payload that they're using, I can simply use something like a Bro or a Zeek, which is my network intrusion detection system, and using that I can perform a replay of the packets that I have captured. Using that, I can simply perform a DDoS attack on my command and control, because my command and control does not have any kind of authentication or verification that the data is actually coming from a badge from a specific payload and not from anything else. So in such scenarios, always make sure that whenever you are creating a payload, the payload maybe your payload has a unique key, or maybe your payload has let's say even if you have multiple same keys in all your payloads, make sure that whenever they send back a payload, you're not just authenticating via payload, you're authenticating by sending them a token back and trying to validate whether they are actually your payload itself, or a blue teamer is just trying to send you a replay packet in such scenarios. Common encryption is the second important aspect, where you would want to encrypt whatever data you are sending. You don't want your packets to be in clear text. For example, if you are using Metasploit, then you would and if you just open up Wireshark and take a look at any of the HTTP connections, you would see that all the HTTP connections are in clear text. If you use HTTPS within Metasploit, then even then the latest NDRs that are available, that is network detection and response tools, they would be able to strip off the SSL by adding a root SSL certificate within their proxy server, and they would be able to sniff all the packets that you are sending out. So even if you are sending it via HTTPS, you cannot be sure that they're not being sniffed out of that, which a lot of EDRs as well as NDRs do. Especially, let's say, for example, if I'm talking something like about CrowdStrike or ATP, they do that. I know for a fact. So in such scenarios, you would want your all of your data that you're sending to be custom encrypted. You can use any other custom algorithm that you want, or use any of the ones that are by default available in Windows. Windows by default provide you a crypt.dll called a file, which provides you different APIs to perform RC4 encryption, to perform AES encryption, and more. But at the same time, if there is a defender in place, and if he just hooks crypt32 or DLL, and if he tries to look at the APIs that you are using, they would be able to clearly see what data you are sending for the encryption, and they would be able to figure that out. So in such scenarios, it's better to use a custom algorithm, which we'll take a look at later on. Don't use XOR. I've seen a lot of people using XOR, and most people think that it is they are able to evade them. But anyone who has used XOR for a long amount of time, or something like a Caesar cipher, they would know that XOR, even though XOR can specifically garbage something out, the signature pattern for XOR is easily detectable via something as good as Yara rules. So it's not something that I would use whenever I'm doing any kind of specific encryption in place. Always make sure that you have alternate C2 channels available whenever you are building your own command and control. So for example, HTTPS is not the only thing that you would want. You might want your TCP connections. You might also want your SMB payloads to be there. You might want your SMB listeners to be there as well, which works over your SMB without even administrative privileges. So in such scenarios, you would want to have your own pivoted connections, which we will take a look at later on when we build the SMB listeners and payload, as well as TCP listeners, payload, and HTTP listeners and payloads. So just having a single C2 channel is not a good idea. Apart from the usual C2 channels of SMB, HTTP, and TCP, there are a lot of ways how you can hide your traffic in a plain sight. For example, whenever I'm doing a lot of engagements, if I'm hosting up a new command and control center, if I'm hosting up a new domain, that is something that is bound to get detected. Even with domain fronting these days, if you're using something like CloudFront for hiding your domain, or if you're using maybe some other redirector, or even if you're using, for example, something like uh, your Microsoft Azure or Fastly or StackPath, you are bound to get detected in that case at one point of time. So if they have a really good blue team in place. So in such scenarios, what you would want to do is, instead of doing all of this, you might want to pivot to an alternate C2 channel, something like, for example, sending your data via Microsoft Teams to a legitimate website of yours, or sending your data via Reddit, where you are where basically it is writing all of your data to a Reddit draft. One of the good examples is basically a tool written by a guy on GitHub named as Azure C2. I don't recall the guy's name exactly on the top of my head. His pseudo handle is something like Boku, I think, Boku. And he has written Azure C2, where you can simply go ahead and use the Outlook to basically perform any or all kind of your draft messages, and store all of your commands and requests within draft messages, and then send them across. But that is something that can be rejected at the same time. So these are alternate C2 channels that you might want to use. The next thing is basically staged payloads. The staged payloads can be of anywhere between 5 kilobytes to 40 kilobyte. It should not be anything greater than that, because in the end you would be embedding your staged payload within your initial access payload that you would be using. So your staged payload, which is your shell code or your position independent code written in C, all of them should be of the minimal size as possible, and you don't need a lot of features in the staged payloads. All of your core payloads should be within your stage 2, that is your stageless payload. So the aim of the staged payload is basically to connect to your server, download a main payload, execute the main payload maybe within a remote process or a local process, or within the current process, using maybe different Windows API, which we'll take a look at later on, like creating a map in memory, or using virtual alloc, anti-alloc, or anti-API calls, or something else as well. There are like almost more than 100 different ways to execute your shellcode in memory, or your payload in memory. So always make sure that your stage payloads and stageless payloads are different. We will be building both of them later on, especially the stageless payloads. Almost 90 to 95% of the time, your stageless payloads are going to be either in C sharp or in reflective DLL. I am not a fan of C sharp to speak of. A lot of people like to use it. Even I use it, especially a lot of open source tools during my engagement after modifying them. But I'm not really a fan of C sharp tools, especially because you have a lot of things that you would need to take care of. Things like AMSI patching and ETW patching, which we'll take a look at later on as well. But even if you do all of these from a defender standpoint or from an EDR standpoint, since I myself build detections, I know that even when you patch AMSI, even if you patch ETW, they can be caught simply by using something a bit more advanced called as process instrumentation. So we will not be delving a lot into process instrumentation now, because that is a fairly advanced topic. But I'll give you an idea as to how those things work. And there's a really great talk by Alex Inoscu from 2015, where he explains how all of those things work. So from on a video called as Nirvana Hooking. So that's something that you can take a look at later on as well, if you are someone who wants to take a look at detecting or avoiding in-memory patching in such scenarios. But yes, in the end, the what I said was basically I usually like to build maybe like shell codes, position independent code, or COF object files, or reflective DLLs with a custom loader instead of C sharp at any point of time, because you don't have to worry about ETW hooking. Let me share the link right away. I might have the link here. It's called as Nirvana Hooking. It's a pretty famous video on YouTube. Actually, the Nirvana hooking is basically, yeah, found the link. Let me share it. And so basically, Nirvana hooking is a technique where you can simply hook the heap APIs, as well as you can go ahead and hook specific. Take a look at what exactly is hooking your syscall hooks as well, and try to basically identify which hooks are already installed in your system. So if you're by default going ahead and patching your AMSI or ETW, then all of those things can be detected using a technique similar to Nirvana hooking. So this technique was actually you can also evade these hooks detected by Nirvana hooking as well by using process instrumentation itself. So it can be used both for detection as well as evasion at the same time. This was introduced back somewhere back in 2013, where a guy called as Nick, I believe, he released a detailed video on drivers and driver building as well as detecting payloads. But at that point of time, not these EDRs were not there in place, especially the matured ones that are there right now. And Alice Inoscu then took that and gave a talk back in RECon in 2015 and explained how all of those things work. So you can take a look at that later on. That's a bit more advanced than what we are doing right now. So coming back, yes, that was specific to C. We will be taking a network-based stuff as well, how to identify who could use the existing proxies that are available, because we don't want to get blocked by our proxy server whenever we are building any specific tool. We will be making sure that your whatever payload that you build, all your payloads are compatible with any other post exploitation tool that you want to build. Like, for example, building your own tools and executing them in memory, getting an output for that, executing exploits in memory or position independent payload, which can be a small size or an in-memory execution, like for example C#, reflective DLL, shell code, or something else. So we will be making sure that our command and control provides support for all of these. And then we come to the part of synchronous versus asynchronous shells. Synchronous are something that where we'll be using TCP, whereas asynchronous is something where we'll be using HTTPS based connections. Your TCP and SMB will be synchronous because they are a persistent connection and they can quickly send and receive data at the same time if they are duplex connections. Whereas in case of HTTPS, even though it works on TCP itself, it sends a data, receives a data, then it drops off the connection. It is not a persistent connection that is there, and that's the reason why we have why we call it as an asynchronous in nature. So we will be building both of these later on, and we start with that. So the core aspects, as we have already identified earlier, that is important in your command and control would be authentication verification, dynamic URI handling, which means your payloads that you would be building, they should be able to connect to the different URIs that are available. They should not be able to just connect to one URI, because if it's just connecting to one URI or let's say 2 or 3 different URIs at the, all at the same time, it becomes a bit more detectable in this case. So it should be totally dynamic, which means it doesn't matter where on to which specific URI your payload is actually sending the data to. Your C2 should be able to validate the URI that is being accessed by a normal user, and it should be able to differentiate that from a URI being the data where it is being sent from a payload and identify which one is the real data, which one is just a normal data itself. Common encryption, making sure that your listener is stable. Data parser is again one of the important things. We'll take a look at that later on. You can use JSON or XML or something similar whenever you want to parse data, or you can write your own data parser, which is something that I prefer to use over anything else. Because if you have your own data parser, then anyone else will not be able to simulate your C2, or they would not be able to write the C2 on themselves for your own existing tools. For example, there was a great blog. I don't recall who wrote it. I think it was F-Secure Labs or someone similar, who wrote just by looking at the payload and the data that is being sent by the payload, they wrote their own command line C2 just so that they can control the payload during red team engagements or by any, or if it is being used by any other attacker, and then they can basically use something like a DNS sinkhole to control the actual payload instead of using the command and control center that is being used by the attacker. So you would be able to manipulate that, and that can be done if the data parser that you're using is very common, like a JSON or an XML. So you would want something custom in this case. Stasis, stasis is something what I like to call is basically a combination of sleep and jitter. Whenever your payload connects back, the beaconing should not be in the exact intervals. For example, in case of Metasploit, you don't want that to happen. It should be totally dynamic in nature, and your sleep and jitter is something that can help you to do that. We'll take a look at that and write our own code for that as well later on, for sleep and jitter at the same time. Your payload should be redirectable, which means if for some reason your current C2 is getting detected by the existing blue team, you might want to fall back on your backup C2. So you might want to directly maybe load a new reflective DLL with a new set of arguments and reroute all your payloads to a separate backup domain that you have. and support for alternate C2s and proxies. So in a real life scenario, this is how your whole architecture would look like. So over here, for example, whenever you, this is the whole process of the detection and the blue team and the red team at the same time. So this is basically where we would be standing. In a real life red team engagement, you would be setting up your own SMTP server or using an existing SMTP server like Mailgun or O365 or maybe let's say GoDaddy or something similar. Once you go and set that up, you would build your own Word, Excel, HTA, MSI, or anything else, and you would embed your shell code or your C# code or your VBA within any of your initial access payload. Once that has been set up, you would send that payload to the remote user. Once before it lands to the remote user system, it has to go through a specific set of detections. Not, I won't say detections. It's basically a specific set of layers in order to land that in the user's inbox. The first thing is basically where there are heavy chances it might get blocked is basically the users O365 or Gmail or any other let's say SMTP server that they are using at the current point of time. So you might have to make sure that your SMTP server has SMTP server or your domain has specifically DMARC signing and SPF records enabled. You have your DKIM key set up so that they do not get blocked on the endpoint. Once you're able to evade that, you would also have to evade the sandboxes and spam filters. Make sure your domain is legitimate. Make sure your domain is not exactly a new one. You would have to evade the junk filters by making sure that whatever your strings that are specifically using is not something that gets blocked by the junk email. And then you would have to make sure that your malicious attachment, if you're going to add any attachment, I'm not a fan of adding any attachments to my red team engagements whenever I'm doing that. So you would have to make sure that whenever you're sending a link, they do not get blocked. Once you are able to evade all of that, the next place is basically the SMTP gateway filter compliance. Now, this can be something separate from your SMTP server itself. Most of the time, this is either the semantic gateway or something else which performs additional checks of the exact same things apart from the ones that is already being identified by O365. Once all of that is done, it basically lands in the user's inbox. So the next step is to make sure that it looks legitimate and the user downloads and clicks on whatever URL or attachment that you have specified. When the user clicks on that, the initial stage would be executed, and most of the time, before your payload gets executed onto the endpoint, your EDR or your antivirus will take that up to a sandbox that they have executed over there. And you would have to make sure that you are able to evade the sandbox or make sure it looks like a legitimate tool instead of actually getting detected within the sandbox itself. So you would have to evade the sandboxes, perform validation on the AVs that you're not doing anything malicious by making sure your payload is not signatures. If sometimes people like to install the default AVs like Symantec and McAfee, at the same time they will also install other EDRs like, for example, Sentinel-1 or ATP or CrowdStrike or Endgame, and you would have to evade them as well. Once you're able to evade them, then you would have to basically validate their web proxy information that is available. Then you will have to make sure that the web proxy is not blocking your domain categorization. Evade the packet inspection from your network IDS. Make sure that the firewall is not blocking your domain as malicious. Once you have done that, it would eventually reach your internet where it could be your redirectors, your alternate C2 mechanisms, DNS over HTTPS, or a front-end domain. And then all of them would go through your categorized or uncategorized domain wherever it is getting redirected, which would then again redirect back to your IP address or your host, whichever is there on cloud. And on the cloud, you would have to validate that the incoming connection that you're getting is actually from a legitimate user from a legitimate system and not from a sandbox or a blue team. So this is the whole life cycle of how the malware or your payload operates. Now, a lot of people I have seen on Twitter that they would not want you to call malware as malware and they would basically want you to call anything else. But in the end, the aim is to perform malicious activity and it's a malicious software in the end. So it should be called malware, and naming it something else is basically stupid in my logic. So in the end, you would have to make sure that whatever malwares connections that you get, they are legitimate and they are not something from a blue team or from a sandbox in the end. So you would have to perform additional validations over here, which we'll take a look at when we delve deeper into the Python code that we have. So any queries still here in the malware lifecycle or how the whole C2 work before we delve into the Windows internals? Any questions still here? Okay, seems like no questions. So let's move on to Windows internals, and we'll start with our WinDBG to get started. So the Windows internals now, this might seem a bit of a theory in place, but when you start dealing with reflective DLLs, or maybe obfuscating your payload in memory, or maybe let's say for example performing syscalls, you would want to know how these things work in the backend, because you would have to deal eventually with the kernel land, the patch guard, the control flow guard, and a lot of other things that are there in a lot of these mechanisms that are available. So in such scenarios you would need to understand how the OS architecture works. So the whole OS is basically split into two different modes: the kernel mode and the user mode. The user mode is where you would see all the nice fancy things like the graphical user interface, console programs. You would have limited access to all the resources. Everything is controlled via system API, process threads, and all the crashes are usually recoverable. Unless, of course, it basically freezes your explore.exe and you're not able to do anything else. In case of kernel mode, however, basically whatever code you execute in the kernel mode, they will have complete and unrestricted access to the underlying hardware and the full actual hardware memory, which is not the case of your user mode process. Your user mode process will be eventually be dealing with VADs, VADS. That's what we call as virtual addresses or virtual address descriptors, and that's what you would be dealing with whenever you are in a user land. You won't be dealing with any actual hardware based memory here in such scenarios. So when you're in a kernel mode, you can execute literally any CPU instruction and any reference to any specific memory address, and the kernel mode can only be accessed in the lowest level by only the most trusted functions of the operating system, which means you would even administrators do not have direct privileges to access them. You would need to load a driver for that, and the driver needs to be cross-signed, which means it needs to be signed by Microsoft, as well as it would need to be signed by a legitimate EV code signing certificate provider at the same time. If it's not done, then you won't be able to do that. There have been scenarios by a lot of rootkits where you can simply use something like a driver side loading and load your driver in memory, but you would have to evade patchguard in this case, because patchguard implements something called as CIG, which is your control integrity guard, which specifically checks for whether the driver is signed or not. So but there's always a way to bypass them because you are an administrator in the end, but it's not as easy as it seems. So you would be able to so this is basically the core architecture of the Windows, and in the user land, or basically the core functions that you would be dealing with whenever you're writing any kind of malwares. They are basically kernel routines, native system calls or NT APIs, your syscalls, which are not a lot different from NT APIs. We'll take a look at them later on. But instead of calling the NT APIs, you would be executing a small stub of shellcode in syscall. We will be writing or building tools on syscalls later on, but that would specifically be, I believe, for the OTD workshop. Then we have the Windows API calls, Windows services, and specific DLLs. The kernel routines only provide the runtime for the kernel environment, which basically loads and runs your programs in the kernel mode. These are only restricted to drivers and nothing else. Then you have native system calls. These kernel extensions which provide kernel services for your routines or whatever drivers that are running in memory, they're basically nothing but drivers itself, and these drivers are nothing but your DLLs itself. So for example, if you just go to your C Windows System 32, and if you just open up any .sys file in CFF Explorer, you would see that sys files are nothing but DLLs itself, and they are just the extensions have been changed. But if you just open it up on CFF Explorer, you would see that they are not that different from your DLLs. They will have their own P sections, and you would be able to see almost every other thing similar to your DLL itself. That's basically what the drivers are. The NT APIs are nothing but a part of ntdll.dll exported functions. Microsoft says that they are not reliable and you're not never supposed to use them because they change from version to version of Windows. But I haven't seen a lot of changes. I mean, the syscalls change. Yes, the number of syscalls or the specific assembly instructions that you would use to call those syscalls, they would change. But the NT APIs stay consistent most of the time, but sometimes they can get deprecated, so it has its own downsides as well at the same time. Your by default, Microsoft says that you're not allowed to call them directly. However, they are one of the core parts of the Windows OS. NT APIs in the end eventually call syscall itself. So whenever you call NT API, they are eventually calling syscall itself. Your syscalls are nothing but specific numbers which request the kernel to execute a specific task. We'll discuss more on this later on when we start writing some code towards it. And then we have Windows services and DLLs, and Windows services simply act as an intermediary between drivers and which work in the kernel land and your DLLs or processes which work in the user land. So they simply provide something like your routine calls or interrupts to so that your drivers can actually send some messages via your services to whatever processes that are running in the user land. So whenever you're running any specific, let's say a lot of people who are you're using Windows, and if you have used any, let's say games for example, you would see that a lot of times your games would load their own drivers, and in order to protect the games at the same time, and you would also see a lot of services being installed by the games. But when you run a specific process for any specific game, I'm not talking about the usual the old games, I'm talking about the latest games that are available in the market. For example, something like maybe Doom or Witcher 3, or maybe something like Devil May Cry or something similar. So these games specifically have the services. So what these services do is that they take whatever messages are there from the driver, and the driver is supposed to detect anything suspicious or malicious that is happening in memory. And yes, this happens in games as well, and not just your EDRs. And frankly speaking, if any of you have seen game development or game hacking, then you would realize that the evasions that we perform for our EDRs, they are really very easy as compared to when you're dealing with game hacking, because game hacking actually does a lot of more hardcore detections for any reflective injections, DLLs, and in case of drivers as well, as compared to your usual EDRs that are there. So the EDRs don't come as near to your game drivers as in terms of detection. So basically, the end point, the core thing that I want to say is basically that your services basically act as an intermediary for both of them. So if you are able to hack a service, then you would be able to hack how the driver acts in memory, and you would be able to control how the DLLs act in the user land as well. So we'll take a look at these later on when we start writing our own services in C as well. Then comes the part of Windows subsystem. So whenever you write a specific exe or a loader DLL, right? This is where most of your things work. The user mode or the managed code, where your .NET application or your class assembly lies. The C# code is where this is where the C# code would lie. Whereas whenever you compile a specific exe or a DLL using the core Windows API or your unmanaged code, which is the code which we call for our C code, where you write a compiled code and you don't have a interpreter for your compiled code, we basically call them as unmanaged code. So that is what being executed over here. So whenever you write your C# applications, right, they would get loaded by the CLR DLLs, or what we usually call as the COM server. The COM server will use JIT, which is what we call as just-in-time compilation. It will go ahead and compile them, and then it will go ahead and load them using Windows API, and then the Windows kernel would provide a response for them. So in the end, if someone is hooking your CLR DLLs, they would be able to see what your C# code you're running, which is exactly what your AMSI.dll does. In our case, if you directly write unmanaged code that is in C, you won't have to worry about all of this. All the CLR DLLs, you can directly write them using your Windows API, and then you would be able to directly perform any syscall or anything else that you would want. You can do that using unmanaged managed code as well, but there are high chances of that getting detected as compared to your the ones that you write in unmanaged code. The next part are basically these. In your user mode, you have system support processes, you have subsystem DLL, service processes, user applications, and environment subsystems. So for example, whenever you start, if someone of you is using, let's say, LXXS, that is Linux subsystem for Windows, then those things specifically work over here, or more likely I would like to call them is basically over here in a subsystem environment. Whereas and later on they are basically converted into either the user either the Linux kernel code or the Windows kernel code, depending upon whichever you are using over here. If you're using WSL2, it would use a Linux driver itself to load all of that in a Linux separate kernel that resides within the Windows kernel itself, a subsystem, that's what we call it. But if you're just using Windows, then you won't have to worry about all of that, and you would only be dealing with the kernel, Windows kernel, the Windows divider ISIS, and the HAL, which is basically the hardware abstraction layer. So these images are basically extracted from Windows internal. So if someone has read Windows internals, then you would be able to identify these images directly from over there. One of the important examples of your subsystem processes is basically the creation of Windows subsystem. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry, there was
Yeah.
a yeah. Yeah. So coming back over here, basically, whenever you take a look at any of your task manager, right, you would see that if you take a look at your csrss.exe, you won't find any process who created csrss.exe, because no Windows processes can be created before the creation of csrss.exe. And your csrss.exe is basically an executable which basically manages your session manager of Windows, which basically loads any other subsystems that is required. So similarly, if any specific DLLs that needs to be loaded by the drivers or by the core services, and if these DLLs are not loaded, most Windows would lose their functionality. So for example, something like ntdll or kernel32. So your ntdll.dll and your kernel32.dll are loaded by csrss.exe itself. So and in case of Unix, you would see something called as SUA, which is your services for Unix applications that are being loaded. So if you open up sys1, you would see a lot of commands for these over here at the same time. The next part would be the Windows kernel, which basically hosts all of these subsystems, which basically for the time being, as we are speaking right now, there are 4 environmental subsystems: the Win32, which we are using right now, which everyone uses; the DOS, which was used like way back earlier into the early 2000 and the 2005. You have Win16, which was basically supported prior to your Windows XP. You have OS/2 and your POSIX, which was like a more of a Unix standard, which is currently being used for loading your Windows, your Linux subsystem at the same time. So depending upon what all features you enable, you would be able to start only Win32 or your Linux subsystems as well. Uh, just give me 2 minutes. Let me get some water. So let's take a look at the process threads over here, and how do the processes look like. So we'll be taking a look at this in debugger in just a few minutes. So when we're talking about process internals, the core difference between processes and threads are that the threads share the same memory space, whereas the processes say use different memory space. Which means if a single thread crashes, there is a high chance that the whole process would crash. But if a single process crashes, it doesn't mean that the nearby processes would crash, because every process work in different memory space of their own. You have something called as fibers in Windows, which are basically a subset of threads. You won't have to worry about them until unless you are delving a lot into your kernel programming. But most of the time, you would only be dealing with threads and mutexes in the user land. Each thread or all the information of thread is basically stored within a TEB or a thread environment block. If you go to the Microsoft documentation, you would see that this is how Microsoft tells you that this is what the content of your TEB is. But Microsoft documentation or MSDN is probably the best as well as the worst portal at the same time, because it will give you a ton of information as well as it will lie to you at the same time about a lot of information that is there. It is probably the most outdated documentation is there. So if you are someone who wants to take a look at how exactly things look like, read up MSDN, then search whatever you read on MSDN on some other portal, something like ntinternals.net or the React OS website, where a lot of the actual structures of Windows have been rewritten from scratch, because React OS is an OS which was rewritten as a Windows OS, but there was something supposed to be open source, which was most of the part which was written by Alex Inosco itself. So you would find a lot of structures over there the actual structures and not the structures that you see over here in the Windows website. Or you can take a look at the source code of x64dbg, which is open source, and it will clearly tell you how exactly the TEB and the PEB looks like. That is your thread environment block or your process environment block. And this is one of the most important part whenever you're dealing with any kind of process injection, memory evasion, process instrumentation, or your syscall hooking at the same time. If you are able to understand the TEB and the PEB, that is the thread environment block and the process environment block, you can literally understand everything. If you don't understand this, then anything else would be very hard to understand. Your TEB is basically a subset of TIB, that is thread information block. And your thread information block basically contains all the information for your running thread for the specific kernel. So every process that you create within your system is a thread for your kernel itself. You might see it as a process, but for kernel, every process is a thread. So, and every thread has its own TEB, whereas every process has its own PEB at the same time. Your TEB basically, the core parts of your TEB is basically something that contains your structured exception handling, your process ID, your thread ID, basically which is unique for your thread within your current process, your active RPC information handle, that is your remote procedure call. For example, a lot of times if your process is running, for example, something like SMB, there is a scenario where your where a code might get executed within your system from a process that is running in a different system over SMB, and all of this happens over RPC. The best example for this is your service. Whenever you do use something like sc.exe or scheduled tasks, right? So all of these are executed over DCOM and RPC onto a remote system, and these RPC or remote procedure calls basically use a handle. We'll take a look at what exactly handle is later on when we deep dive into the Windows uh, different types of data types in Windows. But basically, handle is something that can provide you information about much more about a specific object. That's all you can think of for the time being. So basically, your information about your RPCs are basically stored within an object, and that object can be accessed via the RPC handle. And the information about the RPC handle is stored within the thread environment block. Then whatever the minimum number of stack bytes are available, the minimum number of stack bytes and more information will also be available with the TEB. We'll quickly open up WinDBG and take a look at that in a few seconds. And this is how your basically your PEB looks like. The process environment block. Again, Microsoft lies how the PEB blocks look like, because the PEB is much more I'd say lengthier than the structure that you're seeing right now. It basically contains more than 50 to 60 different objects. Over here you can hardly see around 10 to 15 different objects over here, which is not really the case. And if you're using something like this, then you won't be able to use all of them. So most of the time you would have to write the whole PEB structure from scratch, especially if you're doing reflective DLL, and if you're taking a look at the PEB structure created by Stephen Fewer in his 2007 implementation, you would see in his code he has recreated his own PE structure and he has used that. But that may not work in all the systems. So I prefer to write my own PEB as well, and I'll show you how to write your own PEB in a while. So your PEB basically consists of all the information about your current process. It consists of information about your E process as well. Your E process block or your executive process is basically a structure which contains information like your pointers to a number of different threads within your processes, your objects, how many different handles are there within your current process. All of these are stored within your process environment block. And the next thing basically is the LDRs and the loaders. Your process environment block contains three different parts. This is one of the most important parts of your PEB. Your in-load order module list, your in-memory order module list, and your in-initialization order module list. What these mean is that these loaders will contain structures as to how other DLLs are loaded within your current process. For example, your in-load order module list will have a list of information which will tell you which was the first DLL that was loaded, which was the second DLL that was loaded into the process, and the third DLL, fourth DLL, and so on. So we'll have each a single structure about the detailed information for every DLL that is being loaded. Each of these structured are called as F-link or B-link nested structures that are available. And these are also called as a doubly linked list as well, because they are structures which contains more structures and more structures and so on. They basically work in a loop. Then you have something which are in-memory order module list, and your in-memory order module list is how the DLLs were actually stored in memory after loading it from the in load order module list. And then you have in initialization order module list, which will store the information of DLLs in memory as to how they were initialized in memory. Now remember that in load, in memory, and in initialize are three different things. The ones that we are interested on are basically the in-memory order module list and the in-load order module list and nothing else. Because if we are able to extract the pointers for the in-load order module list structure and the in-memory order module list structure, then we will be able to extract where the DLLs are loaded in memory, like the kernel32.dll and the ntdll.dll, the kernel base.dll. And if we are able to extract those, we will be able to directly dynamically load whatever API calls that we need from these DLLs instead of statically linking them. And the best part about not linking statically is that if you link any DLL statically to your process, then you won't be, then any defender can simply take a look at your IAT, that is your import address tables. Your import address tables contain a list of all the DLLs that were imported within your current process. So if you link statically, then anyone can directly take a look at your imports and create a signature on the basis of that. FireEye has a really great documentation on, I won't say documentation, a really great blog on creating hunts or building signatures for different threat actors on the basis of their import address tables or your IATs. So we don't want that to happen. So we will be using dynamic loading, and dynamic loading can also list all the import addresses for your specific DLLs, and even they can be hooked, but it's much more difficult as compared to your static linking. And that's how we will be parsing all of these, and we will be doing all of this parsing later on when we start with the code. So, but this is what we'll be taking a look at whenever we work with in-load order module list or in-memory order module list. And finally, understanding the PEB and the TEB structure. So this is how it looks like. So what I will do is I'll quickly start my Windows debugger here. Let me pull it out here and let me start x60 WinDBG here. All of you guys have WinDBG installed on your system? If any of you don't have any WinDBG on your system, feel free to tell me so that I can give you guys around 5 minutes to install it. You can simply install it by starting your Visual Studio if you have installed that, and from Visual Studio selecting the component. If you have not installed it, then you can install it. Install the preview version from the Microsoft Store as well. For example, just create a new project and yeah, WinDBG preview should be fine as well. You won't even need to log into install the WinDBG preview. Unlike over here, where it's not directly installable and you would need to download the Windows installer for this. And simply go WinDBG for Windows 10. And you can directly go here and start downloading it from here. You would have downloaded the SDK from over here. Yeah, over here. No, sorry, not this. My bad. Yeah, from over here. You have download the SDK, and once you download the SDK, you would have to select WinDBG only from that. Like this, as the screenshot that you're seeing, just select debugging tools for Windows and install that. So right now, what I'll be doing, I'll quickly open cmd.exe from my system. Remember that I'm using a 64-bit system here, not a 32-bit. So make sure you use the correct one, and not from the sysall 64, which contains x86 versions. And whenever you start, this is how your WinDBG would look like. So as you can see, by default, it has had the entry point over here, and it has specified you what different DLLs have been loaded. Basically, we will call every exe and DLL, we will call them as images from now on, because that's what they are called, or images or modules. So when I say module or when I say images, it can be an exe or a DLL as well. Both of them are called as images or modules, and every functions within the DLLs are called as function pointers or exported addresses. So you can open up CFF Explorer, you can go to file, you can click open, and you can select maybe You can go to see Windows System 32. And you can select kernel32.dll, and over here you can specifically select export directory, and you will see all the functions that are available for this specific that you can use after loading this specific DLL. So if you directly go here, you would be able to see create process APIs and the other APIs over here as well. Create job, create file, you would have create process A, create process W. We'll take a look at what A and W and each of these command line arguments stand for later on when we start writing the code. But as you can see, there are different functions. These functions are nothing but what we call as API call. So you might hear different people using different terminologies that some might call as functions, function pointers, exported addresses, simple symbols, or Windows API. All of them mean the same thing, nothing else. So right now, when we go here, you would see that we have specific DLLs that have been loaded by cmd.exe, and the first DLL or the first module that was loaded was cmd.exe itself. But when we are writing a code in C, we need to dynamically figure this out. We won't know what exactly is being loaded. For example, if you have dealt with EDRs, especially EDRs like Silence or Sentinel-1, I won't say Silence, yeah, I think Silence or Sentinel-1, you would see that Silence modifies how ntdll.dll and kernel30.dll gets loaded, which means in a real life scenario, whenever you're writing code, you might face a scenario where your third DLL might not be kernel 32. It might be silences DLL. And if you're trying to find some exported functions from your second DLL, whatever was loaded, your payload would crash in that case because you're dynamically trying to find that out. So we cannot statically link or hardcode in this case, and we would need to find dynamically which DLL was loaded. We can do that by using WinDBG, taking a look at how exactly it looks like within the WinDBG, and then finally we will be simply taking a look at them by in the code and how to write them using the code itself. So to get started, what we will do is we will just give me a sec. I'll just go here and I'll type exclamation TEB. So you can see it shows me the thread environment block that is available. This is exactly similar to what we saw earlier within our slide deck as well. The stack base limit, the stack base where it starts, the limit, what is the maximum number of limit for the stack base, the subsystem TID, which is not currently available for us, the fiber information, which is not really a lot something that we will be using, where we are currently standing, the environment pointer, the client ID. Does anyone have any idea what client ID stands for? Any guesses?
Is it a thread ID? Not
Yep.
sure.
Exactly. So this is basically what stands for a thread ID, and this is what stands for your process ID, and it is written in hex. So if you quickly start your, let's say, calc.exe and maybe just check 1118, and what it stands for, you will see that the decimal value is 4376. And if you open up quickly task manager, or maybe let's say process hacker, and if you search for, let's say, cmd.exe, you would see that sim.exe PID is 4376, which is exactly what we have in decimal. And the over here, what we are seeing is basically the process ID in hex itself. And this is the current or the main thread ID that we have. The RPC handle information, as explained earlier. The last error value, this is something that will be useful to us a lot. The last error value is basically your get last error values itself. And we will take a look at what exactly they stand for. And we have the NT status value. If you're going to use NT API or the errors from your NT APIs, they are basically called as NT status, whereas the APIs from your kernel 32 APIs or your user land, they basically start for get last error. So we will be taking a look at get last error and NT status to identify if something is wrong within our code later on. Now, if you just type R and if you hit enter over here, you would see where all of your registers specifically stand for, your RAX, RBX, RDX, and so on. One thing to remember is that whenever you're calling any specific API call from Windows DLL, your first arguments would go to so let's say, for example, if your API call accepts let me just start up code here so that I can quickly show a demo. For example, let's say if you are writing something like, for example, let's say, for example, void test func and if you type something like, let's say, car pointer arg1, car pointer, let's say arg2, and let's say just return, for example, if you're writing a function like this, then what happens in this case is whenever you're typing car arg1 r2, your first argument would simply go into the rcx register. The second argument that you that you pass to the function would go to the rdx register. Your function pointer would most likely go into the rax register or on stack. It can be anywhere depending on that, but most likely it's on rax or on the stack. If you provide any more arguments over here, like for example, let's say int arg3, let's say for example, and let's say maybe for example int arg4, then the next registers would go into the r8 register and r9 register. That is where your r3 and r4 would go. So now this is important because the reason why we need to understand how the argument would be allocated within your registers, because we would need to, whenever you're debugging something or whenever you're trying to identify how a EDR, how it would look like to an EDR, you might want to understand what exactly specific things that they would try to detect. And in this case, this is how your arguments would look like. And if you're providing any more arguments over here, like for example, let's say int arg5, for example, then these arguments would simply go over to the stack in a reverse manner over here. That would be your something like, for example, arg5, then arg6, and if you have more arguments, it would go in this manner later on. So what this is an important thing to understand, but this only in the case of 64-bit registers. If you're dealing with, let's say, 32-bit register, all of the arguments simply go on stack in a FIFO method. That's basically first in, first out. That's in a reverse order. We'll take a look at that in debugger later on, how they look like. So over here, this is what your RCX, RDX, R8, and R9 registers basically stand for. And then everything that you do will simply eventually go on stack. If you want to validate what is your process ID and your thread ID, you can simply type tilde and period and hit enter, and will tell you your current ID, client ID, which is similar to what we saw earlier over here. That's your process ID and your thread ID and your TB address. And basically, as you can see, the entry point for your cmd.exe is main CRT startup. Now, this is something important to remember. I would, if any of you are taking notes over there, I would request you to take a note of this, because we would be manipulating this and modifying this whenever we are writing our own object files and executing them in memory. So that, and converting our actual C code to a position independent code. So we will be modifying this part, that is main CRT startup. Main CRT startup is nothing but your msvcrt.dll's entry point, which is responsible for loading your core libc functions like strlen, strcpy, memcpy, or atoi, or anything that is related to like memory, for example, malloc or calloc or realloc. So all of these functions reside within your msvcrt.dll, and that is the reason why your entry point, even if you write void main or int main within your C program, then they would basically be redirected to first main CRT startup, which will do the job of loading all the core API calls from your core DLL of your msvcrt.dll, and then it would basically start your void main or int main or whatever function that we have written. So this is something that we would be modifying later on, so just make a note of that. And the stack base is basically where your stack would basically stand for, the current stack that would be available. To get into a bit more detail over here, what I would like to show you here, let me just type exclamation PEB over here. So I typed exclamation PEB, which you can take a look at into the next slide deck. So whenever you type exclamation PEB over here, you would see that it will print you the PEB address. It will print you the loader address, which we just saw in one of the previous slide deck. This loader basically contains your in load order module list, in memory order module list, and in initialization order module list, which you can see the addresses over here. As you can see, these are the portions within our LDR struct itself. And then it will show you the information about DLLs within each of these LDR structs. We have the subsystem, which is currently 0 right now because we are not running within emulated process. The process heap, the process parameters. Also make a note of process parameters, because we will be reading this up later on. Because when you're doing any kind of command line argument spoofing to, yeah, I can surely increase the text size a lot. Is this fine? Kyle? Is this fine, or do you want to increase the text size a bit more? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think the earlier one was a bit light. I'm not sure why it was a bit light earlier. So basically, this is how it would look like. Your process heap, process parameters, and process parameter is something important to note of, because later what we will be doing, we will be passing the PEB, extracting the LDR from PEB. After calculating the specific offsets to where each of these lie, we will be moving to the offset of process parameter. We will take a look at how the process parameters take a look at, and we will be modifying the data that is located into these parameters. So whenever you type, let's say something like, whenever you start your int main program, right? Let me start up code here. And if I type something like, for example, let's say int main or void main, and if I type something like int argc and car pointer argv, whenever you type something like this, whatever data that is supplied within your argument vector or this value, this is basically what is the pointer lies over here. So if you take a look at this pointer later on, you would see whatever command line arguments that you specified over here. So we have not specified any command line arguments right now. We won't be seeing anything, but we will take a look at this later on when we start modifying the process parameters and to spoof the process parameters, so that our any process that we create with a specific command line argument, we can spoof them later on. So we'll take a look at that as well, and the environment variables that get loaded and more information. Now, the core important things that we will be taking a look at right now would be the LDR over here. The image base address, this is where our cmd.exe is loaded. You can simply go ahead and take a look at that in x64dbg or something else as well, where it is loaded in memory. And the DLLs, where our DLL is loaded in memory. Now all of these would differ in every other system. This is what you see in my system, but in your system, these addresses would be different. And that is the reason why we need to find them dynamically and why we cannot hardcode them, because of the way your ASLR or your address space layout randomization work. They would never be the same in every other system, which means that you would need to find them out dynamically, or you would have to statically link them. Static linking is bad. That's why we will be trying to find them out dynamically itself. To delve deeper, let's take a look at how the PEB looks like. Microsoft only gave us around, if you go to the Microsoft documentation here, if I just search for, let's say, underscore PEB, and if I hit enter, and if you go to the Microsoft documentation, this is what Microsoft tells us, that this is how the process environment block stands for. But this is only for people who just wants to manipulate the process parameters, or I want to identify them. We are not interested in just this. We want more. We want the LDR information. And if you take a look at the LDR information, if I click on the LDR, it tells me that the LDR is basically, or the loader is basically of the type PB LDR data. So this object is basically of this type. If I open this up in a new window, you would see that PEB LDR data contains multiple different things. Again, it's only telling us that there is only these many information, which is again a lie, because there is much more information as compared to that. And your PEB LDR data basically contains in-memory order module list, which is what we are trying to find here. And the type over here is basically a list entry, which is indirectly a type of your LDR data entry table. So which means that we simply want to find out what are the contents of this structure. No. Okay. So what is the content of this structure? And according to Microsoft, it is this. It contains much more information than just what we are seeing right now. So we'll take a look at this in the WinDBG itself, so that we can take a look at what exactly are the contents of each of this structure. So to take a look at this, what we can simply do is we can type DT, that is to display, space NT exclamation underscore, and we want to find out right now is basically the PEB LDR data. So we will simply go ahead and just copy this PEB LDR data. I'll type it over here, PEB LDR data. So DT space NT exclamation underscore PEB underscore LDR underscore data. And right now, if I just hit enter, it will tell me what exactly is the structure and the offset for each of the objects, which means that the length starts at the offset 0, and the length is of type uint, that's an unsigned int. And if you do, let's say, size of unsigned int, you would see that the line length is basically 4 bytes. That's why the length is basically 4 bytes from the start till the next value. Then the next value is unsigned car, which is again 4 bytes. Then we have a handle over here, which is again basically 4 bytes, because 0x10 basically stands for 12, and so on. 12 or 16, I don't recall. I think it's 16, I think, or so on. Basically, you can calculate it in hex later on. So basically, this is how it looks like. But what we want to identify is the LDR data that we have over here. So we will just copy this and we will typecast it. So if you are someone who you see a lot, then you know that we will basically do something like PB underscore LDR underscore data. This is our structure. And let's say if we have a variable, let's say maybe something like, let's say void pointer test equals to something like this, for example. Then if you want to identify how this, what are the contents of this test variable, you would simply typecast it to PBLDR data and put it in some other variable over here, something like this. My val, or let's say my str or my struct, whatever it is, and we'll put it like this in our case. So we will exactly do something similar in our WinDBG itself. So what we'll do is we will space and we will type out our address over here. So all of this, these commands are actually there within your slide deck itself. So you can take a look at that over there. So when I type something like this, it will exactly tell me what is the length of my whole structure, whether it is initialized, what exactly is the value, the handle, the in order load module list, the in memory order module list, where exactly they lie, and the in initialization order module list, along with each of their addresses in memory. So right now, what we can do is, since we already have extracted this information, we want to find out. So whatever we are seeing over here, right? We want to find this out programmatically at what offset with specific DLL lies. I'll tell you the importance later on when we start doing dynamic linking and extracting these information later on from memory itself. So right now, what we will do is we will go ahead and type DT space NT exclamation, and instead of typing PBLDR data, if we go back here to the Microsoft documentation, it tells me that in memory order module list is a list entry. That's basically the third argument. And it tells me that it is basically of the data type LDR data entry table. So if we typecast the address of our in memory order module list to LDR data entry table, we should get the contents of this specific list that we have. So what I'll do is I'll copy this over here. I'll type DT space NT exclamation underscore LDR underscore data underscore table underscore entry space. And now what I will do is basically I will go ahead and specify the start or address of our in-memory order module list. So I'll copy this and I'll hit enter, and I'll hit enter over here. And you can see that the LDR data entry table contains much more information as compared to what Microsoft was telling us. As you can see, there is much more information over here. So over here, this is where our DLL base lies. This base address is for cmd.exe. This is the entry point of our DLL, where we have hit the breakpoint. We will be modifying this later on. If some of you have done OSEP, then you might remember that we usually modify the entry point, redirect it to a different virtual address, and we store our shell code over there and all those things. So this is the entry point that we modify over there at that point of time. This is the size of image, the main, the DLL name that is there, the base DLL name in Unicode string, which is a wildcard string. We'll come to that later on, and other information. Yeah, so this is basically showing that what is the first structure within our in-memory order module list. If you want to take a look at the next structure, what we will have to do is basically we'll have to copy the next address that we have. Remember that the first address was this. This is the second address. Sorry, this is the second address that we have over here, which is basically showing as 0.0.0.0 in our case. So what we can do is we can simply go ahead and typecast it over here, the next address that we have, with our current data, and we can simply display what exactly is the next address over here, or basically what is exactly the next module that was loaded over here. So if I go back here, and let me do it for in-load order module list, because that is what we are more interested in right now. So let me just go back and copy this instead of the in-memory order module list and hit enter. And you can see it tells me that the in load order module list tells me how the DLLs were loaded in the load order of the DLLs. It contains the first DLL name, the full DLL name, and the Unicode string. If I again copy this in load order module list, which is different from the previous command, as you can see, the previous address that we typed on was this, whereas the in load order module list is telling me that the next address for the next DLL that was loaded in memory, this is the next address for that. So if I execute this over here, copy paste and paste this, it will tell me that the next address basically stands for ntdll. If I again copy the next address, it should show me kernel32.dll, as you can see, and again the next address, if I again copy paste this, it should show me kernel base.dll, and so on. So if I scroll back to the very top when we started, let me scroll to the very top. Okay. As you can see here, we are actually seeing the same thing. CMD, NTDLL, kernel 32, kernel base, MSVCRT, and so on. So basically, this is how we can parse out the different options over here and identify at what offset each of these are being stored. Now, similarly, right now, remember that we are taking a look at in load order module list, not in memory order module list. If you want to take a look at, let's say, in memory order module list, what you can do is you can type .cls. Let me clear the screen and let me again go back to PEB LDR data. Okay. So over here, what I'll do is I'll copy this and I will go here. I'll type the address. This is the PEB information basically for the in-memory order module list. Now you can see that the next value is shown as 0 because right now what we will have to do is we'll have to, since it is showing 0, we can directly subtract 16 bytes, that is the length of the structure of in-memory order module list, from our previous address that we used. So if I go back here and I type minus 10, 10 stands for, 10 is basically hex. So if I do 10 and if I hit enter, can see cmd.exe over here and the full information over here. So if I keep on subtracting 10 from over here and so on, you would keep on seeing more and more similar information. If I go here and if I subtract 10 from over here, you would see the next one, ntdll, and so on. Basically, unlike the earlier one where you can directly just paste this in memory order modulus, you would see the offset is basically 16, which in hex stands for 10, and that's what we subtracted it over here. So this is how we can basically parse out. The reason why I showed you is because in-load order modulus stands at offset 0 and in-memory order modulus stands at offset 10. If you click on this, you would see the different doubly linked list that is available within your current in-memory order module list. But right now we only need the information about this information and the offset where each of the entry point for these are being stored. The reason for that is because we will be writing our C code to this, and it will be much more easier to understand when we start writing the C code. And at the same time, we will take a look at how it looks like in debugger and understand them in reality. So any questions still here before we proceed as to how they exactly look like in debugger and what exactly are the LDR data entry table, the PEB, the TEB? Any questions on this still here before we proceed? No questions? Great. Let me second. Okay. So coming back, let me. Okay. So since we don't have any questions, we can proceed forward. So the aim of showing you how it looks like or how all of these things look like in debugger was basically to make you understand how we can simply parse out by calculating the offsets, calculating the LDR address, adding the offsets that we have over here, and extracting the address for our NTDLL, kernel base, and kernel 32. Once we are able to do that, we could simply extract the API calls from those offset by writing a function which simply calculates the DOS header, the NT headers, the file headers, optional headers later on. This is what we will do when we start writing our own loader with reflective DLL. So we'll come back to this when we start writing the DLL, and I will pause this for the time being. And we'll go back to our slide deck. Let me quickly go back to a slide deck. Give me a sec. Okay. So this was for the debugger. And so what we'll do here is we'll quickly take a 5 minutes break for coffee right now. And basically we'll come back after 5 minutes. Any questions still here before we go on a quick 5 minute break? No questions. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is basically I'll give you guys a 5 minutes break and a 5 more minutes to perform all the things that I've done over here over WinDBG. Just go through them, take a look at the structures, use your WinDBG, and try to see if you can able figure it out in a similar manner the way I did. And just try to mess with the pointers and anything. If you have any kind of doubt, feel free to ping me up at any point of time. Don't think that a question might be very generic or a question is very basic, because the aim here is to understand how things work in the backend, and that's what you have paid for the whole session. So feel free to ping me up in case you have any questions, and I'll be free to answer any of the queries that you have. So we'll quickly take a 10 minutes break, basically 5 minutes for the coffee break and 5 minutes for that you guys can go through all the things that I've done over here with the function pointers, the debuggers and everything. And I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes then. Let's say add anything up over there, then do ping me up. So going on to the next part, we will be taking a look at create process. So create process is one of the most basic Windows API that we will be using and dealing with. So there are different types of create process functionalities in Windows. The first one being create process A, that's basically stands for your ANSI or the ASCII version. Create process W stands for the wildcard version of create process. So whenever you create use any kind of APIs in Windows, right, you will have two different options most of the time. That's A or W. So A, if you take an example here of the ANSI versus Unicode crash course over here. So if I create a, let's say, a car variable named as my text and if I put it in this manner, and on the other hand, if I create a wildcard character, the wildcard characters are also known as Unicode characters or the Unicode strings as well. So when I create something like this, in the memory, it will actually be like this. TEST space 0. That basically 0 is for null byte, and it will basically be of 4 in length total. So TEST, which basically means it will only occupy 4 bytes. But in case of a wildcard character, the total length will be of 8 bytes in total. Because the wildcard is specifically used when you are not from a non-English language. If you're going to use, let's say, maybe a Chinese language or maybe a Latin language or a Russian or something else which is not totally English and it has a lot of symbols in it, then you would have to use wildcard characters in that case, because two specific characters make up a single wildcard character. So that's the reason if you don't have a Unicode string, and if you don't have a Unicode character, if it's a legitimate ASCII character, the first byte will be 0, the second byte will be whatever the ASCII value that you have specified, and so on. And the 0 over here, the null byte will consist of two null bytes, unlike a single null byte in case of your car character. That's the only difference between car and wildcard. And wildcard characters are defined by capital L, which starts over here in this manner, whereas car is just in double quotes. You can, whenever you're creating any kind of processes or any specific API calls, whenever you're calling them, you would have options to specify car or W car. So depending upon what API call you're using, you can specify one or the other over there. Whenever you create a process, on the right hand side you can see that you have basically the E process block over here, which stands at the very top after your PCB, which contains a lot of your information like your session information, memory management information, any debug information that you have specified, a list of handles that would be there. All of these can be enumerated using the Windows API itself. You have process environment block, PEB, which stands over here. Your Win32 K process structure. Now, your K process structure is basically only available to be viewed from the kernel mode itself, not from the Windows mode. So this is something that we will take a look at later on if required. And then you have the kernel mode, which basically contains almost every other thing. Your K thread, that is your kernel thread, your dispatch header, kernel time, how much time was the process was used, and a lot of other information. This is not, all of them are not totally available from the PEP block or from the process mode or from the executive process mode, that's your E process. But some of the portions can be queried using some of the NT API calls that you have. So the NT API calls will request IOCTL to your kernel, and the kernel will then specifically send a response back for this. So this is how you can simply query anything that you want over here, even for the kernel portions. So this is just a quick information. Coming to the memory management portion over here, we have the different types of memory management parts. You have the different memory types over here, which are basically your free type, reserved type, and committed type. Your memory free type, or the state of the memory free, basically means that the page, every memory section is called as a page in Windows. And the page, if it's free, it means it is neither committed nor reserved, which means that this page is not accessible to the process. The process cannot directly access any of the pointers over here within this page, but it is available to be reserved or committed, or reserved and committed at the same time. If you're trying to read from a freed memory page, you won't be able to read it. Or if you try to do a write over here as well to a freed page, you would get an access denied or access violation error. But if you actually want to access a free page, you will have to first reserve it. And if you want to actually write something to it, then you will have to commit it so that you can actually use or basically write or read to that specific page. So for example, whenever you are what a lot of application developers do is that they will first only reserve it. Let's say, for example, they know that they will be requiring at least 1 GB later on after application starts. They will reserve 1 GB of data in memory, but they will not use all of them. They will only commit whatever size of data that they have required. Maybe they require, let's say, maybe only 10 megabytes or 20 megabytes or 30 megabytes. They will only go and commit that much amount of memory, because which means that the kernel can still use the remaining portion, but it is reserved for this process at that point of time. But if you reserve and commit at the same time, the whole memory section or the memory page will be available for you, so you can read, write, or do whatever you want. In our scenario, whenever we are doing any kind of process injection, we will be reserving it and committing at the same time, because we will directly be writing in it in whatever pages that we have reserved on the go. Reserved basically means that the page is reserved for future use, and this range of address cannot be used by any other location or allocation functions that are currently trying to access within the same process itself. This page is not accessible, and it has no physical storage associated with it. It is only available to be committed. So you can use virtual alloc API calls like virtual alloc or virtual alloc X or even virtual free X to commit or decommit the reserved pages that you have. Your virtual committed pages are basically allocated pages, and they can only be committed to a maximum of the same size of RAM that you have. It cannot be more than that. The page is accessible and it can directly be written, executed depending upon the permissions that you have. And on the right hand side, you can see the different permissions that are available. So for example, a lot of you might have heard about PECEIV, the tool which basically scans for specific memory regions. So what it does is that it will specifically check for memory pages which are committed by the current user, which has either page execute read, page execute read write copy, or page execute read write. If it has any of these three sections, it will simply go, and if it has any, let's say, even any code which is more than 4 bytes in this section, which is committed and has either of 0x20, 0x40, or 0x80 permission, PECEIV will flag that as malicious by default. That's how PECEIV detects it. And that's the reason why it is important to identify that. We'll take a look at how PECEIV works as well later on when we come to the memory evasions part. But this is how the pages are there. And for the page guard section, the page guard section is an option which, if you add that to your currently allocated pages, any other tool or file which tries to access the page guarded page, they will get an exception and they won't be able to read or write. But they will only get an exception for the first time. A subsequent read will be allowed on the same page, because that's how Microsoft wants it to work. So in the earlier versions of PECEIV, maybe like around 1 month back or so, when PECEIV tried to scan, and if you add a page guard to your memory section, PECEIV won't be able to read that, wasn't able to read that, and it was directly going on to the next memory section and scanning that, which simply meant that you were able to bypass the scanning of PECEIV. But with the recent version, the PECEIV or HashRZ has basically added that functionality, and if it's a page guard, it will still go ahead and categorize that as malicious by default. That is the reason why understanding the page permissions are pretty important. So these are just the page permissions. Now, whenever you allocate these permissions, and then if you try to mess around with the page permission, let's say for example something like if you just allocate read write, but if you try to execute that memory region, you won't be able to. And at that point of time, DEP would be executed, which is your data execution prevention. It basically the pointer for this the stack pointer for DEP basically resides within your TEB or TIB, that is your thread environment block or thread information block. It basically marks. It is basically responsible for marking one or more pages as executable or non-executable. So if you try to execute a, page read write or page read only page, then you will get an exception and your process will most likely crash in that case, unless you have exception handling in picture. And over here, it basically blocks anything from being executed in non-executable pages. And upon DEP, let's say for example, if you have committed a page as non-writable and non-executable, and if you try to execute that page, DEP would get executed. But before DEP would get executed, DEP would pass on that exception pointer, that code pointer that you're trying to execute, to something called as CFG, that is your control flow guard. So control flow guard resides within your kernel, and it is responsible for validating whether a page marked as write can be executed. If it is not marked, then control flow guard will prevent that from executing, which will send a request via IOCTL to your DEP, that is your data execution prevention, and the data execution prevention will then perform a crash or an exception depending upon how you. It will basically return you an exception, and if you're not handling that exception, then your process would simply crash, most likely in case of C. That is what we have. So it's always important to make sure that your page is executable and it is something that can be executed, else it will simply return in a crash. And ASLR is something just a need to know information, that every DLL that gets loaded will be the DLL address will be randomized, and it will not be the same in every other system. And even if you reboot the system, the address would change in your case. So hard-coded memory addresses won't work, and this was added as a prevention to a lot of exploits that were being run earlier. But nowadays, basically, it's very important to block a lot of exploit codes as well as from malwares being loaded into memory by hard coding a specific address of a kernel DLL or your NTDLL or something similar. There's a good blog on Microsoft on all of this. Let me just quickly share it in the channel itself, in the Discord channel. You can read that up on DEP and ASLR later on if you're just getting started with that. A quick crash course to Windows data types and objects. Your car is basically a 1-byte character, and basically car is basically your it can contain a number of bytes, a single byte, multiple bytes, unsigned bytes, signed bytes. It can basically contain anything. You can specify whether it's a signed or an unsigned byte by specifying a car or an unsigned car over here. Your car stands for a single byte character in Windows. W car or W wide car basically stands for 2 bytes. When you type T car, it is basically a macro. It is not exactly a data type on its own. So whenever you type a tcar and when you compile it, during compilation, the Visual Studio compiler or basically the compiler will check what exactly the project properties of that Visual Studio is defined for. If in the project's properties you have defined tcar as wildcard, it will compile everything as a wildcard character. If in the project properties the tcar is defined as a car, it will compile all of them into car only. So depending upon whether you have a car or char, however you want to call it. So depending upon how you have defined it, it will basically reflect in that manner. The next thing you have is basically LPSTR. The short is basically for long pointer to string, which is nothing but your null terminated car value. Here LPCSTR, which is your long pointer to a constant car array, basically again 0 terminated. LPCTSTR, long pointer to car tcar string array, again 0 terminated. So these are, so when you see things like these LPSTR, LPCTSTR, you don't really have to worry. They are not really a lot different from your car or WR. It's just that if you type car and if you type asterisk, which basically means car pointer, similar thing can be done with your PSTR or LPCSTR, which basically means a long pointer or a pointer to a car string. We will be using car and WCAR throughout the series. We won't be using LPCTSTR, LPTSTR, just because a lot of people over here would be more from the C background and not a lot from the Windows background. So we'll be using car and WCAR, and that's what I've used a lot for myself as well whenever I'm doing any kind of let's say development. I don't use lpctstr or lptstr unless I don't have any other option. But in the end, they most likely belong to car and w car, and you can convert them to pw car, or by just add an asterisk, and they would look like us in a similar manner. Similarly, PWSTR stands for wide car array, or your long pointer to a wide car string, long pointer to a wide constant Unicode string, and so on. The few other data types that you might want to worry about would be word, which stand for a 16-bit unsigned integer. This is very important to know, is because when you're typecasting something, if you have typecasted to a wrong data type, then your assembly instructions, whenever it is running in memory, they won't be able to read either the high byte order or the low byte order of a specific data that you have stored within a specific register. So it's always important to typecast it to a right version. We'll take a look at that later on. You won't have to worry about that when we delve deeper into the x64 DBG tomorrow. So the word stands for 16-bit unsigned integer ranging from 0 to 65535. The word is basically a double word, which basically ranges from 0 to this long decimal value. You have a D word 64 or a Q word 64 for 64-bit registers. Mostly your 64-bit pointers would be stored in uint ptr or D word 64 or a Q word 64 because they can contain unsigned integers, unlike the D word or word. You have a byte, which is just a single 8-byte unsigned value, which means it can contain unsigned characters as well, and it's just a byte of 8-bit, which means it can only contain a single value over here, or a byte array as well, depending upon how you have configured it. You have void, which is a 32-bit pointer to a void, something similar to void star, which is p void. LPC void, which is a constant long pointer to a constant pointer to a void. And then you have something called as h module. H module is nothing but a handle to a module on disk, and this handle is basically can be handled to any object. So whenever you let's say load a new process into memory, or load a new DLL into memory, right? You can get the handle or the base address of that DLL or the P using the by extracting the H module. This can be done using various Windows API, which we'll take a look at in a minute. So your H module is nothing but a handle to a module, and that module can be a exe or a DLL, and it will basically return you the base address of where the DLL or the exe is loaded into memory. And that can be really useful to extract the PEB blocks, the entry point, or to parse out specific sections in memory. And it can be basically be something that you'll be using a lot when you're doing offensive tooling. And the handle is nothing but, you can consider a handle like, for example, um, think of it basically as a jar, and think of an object as a jar, and if you want to extract anything from a jar, you will have to open the lid for that object, right? So consider basically a handle as the lid of that specific jar. So whenever you open the lid of the jar, you're basically getting a handle to that jar, and you can basically extract anything that you want from that jar. It's something similar to that. You consider your jar as an object and your lid as basically your handle. So basically, a handle is something that can, depending upon the permissions that you have on a handle, you can either write, read, or do make any changes that you want to that specific handle. The best example would be whenever you're using dumping the memory of LSAS, right? So whenever you're dumping a memory, you will need a handle to the memory of to the LSAS process. Once you get a handle, you will specifically need read VM and write VM. That's basically read virtual memory privileges, so that you can read the virtual memory of the remote process, and then you can directly dump by creating an exception into the remote process, that is LSAS, and dump the memory from that specific process to disk, or directly in memory itself. So basically, you would need to get a handle for any of these. Handles are not specific only to your H modules or basically your DLLs or exe. Handles can also be for your various sections, like a handle to a memory region, a handle to a token, or a handle to a process, remote process, local process, your RPC handle, or it can literally be an access to anything that you want or any specific object. That's what handles are specifically. To give you a quick intro on the information of Windows API calls, basically this is how your Windows API call would look like. Some of the most basic Windows API calls are get username A, get username W. That's ASCII and wide characters. Your get current directory, that's basically retrieves your current directory that is available. That's your something like your PWD command. Then your sleep command, which basically blocks the execution and sleeps for a specific given amount of time. Get computer name A returns your computer name for the current system. Create process can create a new process. Create thread can create a new thread in the current process. So whenever you call something like, for example, a create file A. So create file is an API which resides within kernel32.dll. It can be used to create a new file, get a handle to an existing file, or get a handle and read, write, or delete a file that we want. So whenever you create a new file in the backend, what exactly happens is that whenever you call create file A, it will go to kernel based DLL. It will redirect all of your command. It will load kernel based.dll if it's not already loaded, which will always be loaded by default. It will reroute all the arguments that you provided in create file A after validating them to kernel based.dll. Kernel base will convert all your ASCII strings to wide characters. It will send that to kernel based.dll's create file W. It will then validate all of the object attributes that are required and any additional attributes, create the stack pointers and the stack values that is required for the creating a new file. Send that to ntdll.dll. The ntdll.dll will basically use the nt API called as nt create file. And as soon as you call nt create file, it will enter the kernel mode and it will directly go ahead and call your syscall whatever is required. So your syscall, it can either be a syscall or a sysenter. For x86, it's called as sysenter, whereas for x64, you will only find syscall over there. Syscalls are nothing but a specific set of numbers which you can call to do the exact same thing. So what a lot of people do when they say they are calling syscall directly is that a lot of EDRs will basically hook the API calls directly over here in the first few instances itself. Around 2 to 3 years back, there weren't a lot of EDRs which were detecting NT API. The EDRs only used to detect the calls that happened in the kernel32.dll itself. But recently, a lot of EDRs have started catching up and they're also patching, or basically I would say hooking the NT API call as well as syscalls as well. NT API calls can be hooked by simply adding a quick patch to the entry point of the function and then reading whatever values are being supplied by the earlier API calls and trying to validate whether the earlier API calls, the arguments that have been supplied in the RCX register, RDX register, R8 and R9 registers, and the EDRs can simply hook it and validate what exactly data is being sent on those registers, those arguments, or it can simply hook the syscall. The syscall hooking is one of the most hardest part for any EDR that is available. And the reason for that is because whenever you hook a syscall, right, in a single system, every syscall is being called like almost hundreds of thousands of times every second. So if you just open up, let's say, process, I think it was procmon, that's process monitor from sysinternals, and if you just dump the ETL values to disk, you would see that within the first 3 to 4 minutes, you have 3 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes of data for every, because process monitor simply hooks all of these API calls and it returns you which API calls are being called. That is the same reason why Sysmon also has a lot of CPU time in the backend. Whenever you enable Sysmon and if you do a lot of things, you will see a system interrupt in Task Manager, which is taking almost 100% of your CPU time. The reason for that is because they basically hook the NT APIs and other APIs over here. And if you have hooked something like this over here in this case, then you're basically reading the information provided by every other API call, and you end up eating a lot of your CPU time. So very few EDRs actually hook NT create file and NT and the syscall. And the reason for only few EDRs doing that is because if you hook these, your EDR needs to be really good at doing that. You cannot hook these for every other process that is being created. You would have to whitelist this, because if you're doing this for every other process, you would end up eating tons and tons of CPU time. And in the end, your EDR might be good at catching or detecting payloads, but the system would be unusable to the user, to the end user. And if you take something like that to any company, and if the company buys your EDR, then basically you will be in a lot of problem, because they won't even though your EDR is good at detecting detection, the user is not able to perform any task, because for every single click or file that you open, there is a tons of hooking being happening in the backend, and it will be very slow response for the user. So that's not something that you want. So that's the problem that EDRs also have to face. And that is one of the important things to know, because when a lot of EDRs hook syscall, they will not hook every other syscall. They will only hook a few set of syscalls, and you only have to know them. And once you know them, you would be able to evade those syscalls that are available. So let me get some water. We'll be dealing with syscalls later on when we start writing the code for that. And these are some of the core DLLs of Windows that you're seeing on the right hand side, which we'll be dealing with a lot over the next 3 days to 6 days, depending upon whether you have opted for OTD or not. So Before we get started with the actual code part, make sure you have a VS configuration. That's .vs code file. I believe most of you should be having, since you directly downloaded the tar.gz file from the path that I've shared with you earlier. So basically, make sure that you install the C++ IntelliSense plugin by direct from the Visual Studio Code. Make sure you have the x86 and x64 assembly plugin installed, and you configure the cpp underscore properties.json file like this, which you should already see if you are already using the repository or the code that I provided to you guys. So to get started with the code, let me go to the current day here. This is the visual code. This is the day one code that I have shared with you earlier, and over here I will be opening up the info underscore win API.c. So this is a quick example of how Windows API would work. Instead of going through them slide by slide, I'll just probably it's better to take you guys directly through the code. So basically, whenever your integer main, this is basically your entry point of the function. Over here, what I've done is I have created curly braces over here, which means that this is the scope for the specific function, and every code that you specify, the whatever variables that you add it within this specific scope that you have, it won't be accessible to any other code that you have, which means I can simply define it over here, then over here, and again over here, and all of them would be independent and they won't be able to access each other because that's the scope limited for that each of the codes that we are running. If I do it over here, then that won't be the case, because now this is a global one and every other scope within this function will be able to access that. We are not going to do that right now. Right now what I've done is that if I just copy get username A and let me go back to my slide deck, you can see that get username A takes up two different parameters, LP buffer and PCB buffer. That's LP str, that's a long pointer to a car string, and LPD word is long pointer to a double word. Similarly, get username W is LPWSTR, long pointer to a W car, and long pointer to a D word over here. So basically, if you just Google up, for example, let's say if I go here and if I check for, let's say, get username A in the Microsoft documentation, you see the exact same thing. And over here, you can take a look that it tells you that it's basically a pointer to a buffer to receive the username logon, which means when you call this API call, it will return you the name of the username over here. And remember that on input or output, so you will always have to remember that this, yeah, in the input you have to specify the pointer to a buffer, and on the output you will get the username actually that is being used. And the PC buffer is basically the length of the buffer that you have specified over here. And the return value is bool, that's basically true or false, whether it succeeds or whether it falls. And the buffer size should be unlen plus 1, because that's the maximum number of characters that Windows holds for a given username. So that's what I've done. I've created a buffer with unlen minus 1. The length of my buffer here is unlen plus 1 over here. I've added this as like this because if I don't specify it like this, if I just do something like this buffer will be uninitialized, which means it will contain garbage values, and when you print it, you would see garbage values as well, which you don't want. When you do something like this, it will write every value within this buffer with zeros, basically something like what your memset does. So I'm basically initializing this with 0 bytes. And now when I call get username A, so basically, as we know, this is already a pointer to array of a car and a pointer to a D word. Now over here you can see that it specifically tells me it requires LPD word. So instead of doing something like this, what I can do is I can also go ahead and type something like PD buffer, and over here I can do something like star buffer equals to unlen plus 1, and I can simply go ahead and specify something like this as well, which basically is the same thing, because over here it's a PD buffer. I'm adding the pointer with the given value and do that. But instead of that, what I usually like to do is I like to define whatever variables are there directly and specify whatever pointers are there using the ampersand. So over here it will print the buffer. If for some reason this fails, it will go ahead and I can print directly the get last error. So if you just Google up get last error, it will simply return you the error code. So if you remember properly, when we were doing WinDBG, I showed you that the two things that we need to take a look at are the NT status and the get last errors. So it will give you the error code. And now over here, you can just simply go here and check for whatever error code that you have. So this is the exact error code upon which the whole Windows system is built. The NT API error codes reside within NT status, whereas the Windows API or the Win API errors reside within get last error. So over here, since I know that these are Windows API, not NT APIs, I am getting the last error if it fails using the get last error, and it will tell me what exactly the error was. If I do this to something like maybe let's say just one for example, and if I call this, this will not return me anything, and I will get an error that the buffer size is very small because my username is much more than one length, and this does not match over here with the length of buffer. So I'll get an error in this case. This is how a quick crash course looks like. Similarly, you have get current directory, get computer name A, which is more or less similar. And then we come to the create process part. So over here, what I've done is I have created a, if I go to the create process API call here, over here you can see that it takes in an application name, any command line arguments that you want. One thing is that you can specify the application name and the command line argument both here itself. Then you won't even need to type it over here. You can just keep this as empty. It takes in a structure of LP security attributes for process attributes over here. If you are giving any specific attributes, again, a structure for long pointer to a security attribute structure. You can just right click and Google this up and it will tell you how the security attribute structure in Microsoft looks like. In case you're filling this up, right now we don't need that. We'll take a look at that tomorrow when we start dealing with TCP payloads. Inherit handles, whether other users should be able to inherit the handle for this specific created process. If you don't need the hit, if you're not going to read the output of this current process, you can keep it to false. Creation flags, how the process needs to be created, whether they should be created and run directly, whether they should be created in suspended mode, whether they should be created with extended information. When I say extended information, it means you can simply specify a custom PPID so that you can spoof who's the parent of the current process. We'll take a look at that later on as well. The environment variable, C Windows System 32 or something similar. The current directory from where the process needs to be started. The LP startup info, a startup info structure, again, you can just right click and Google this up and you will find all the startup information over here. Similarly, another long pointer to another structure, that is LP process information. And again, you can Google this up and you will find the process information structure over here as well. We will need to initialize these. And if you take a look at, if I just scroll down to the very bottom, you can see over here in the LP startup info that it requires a pointer. If it requires a pointer, it simply means that when I call the API call, it will write something to this because it requires a pointer. If it doesn't require a pointer, it simply means that it is going to read the value and not modify anything over there. Similarly, it will also return a pointer to us. So if I go back to our code, I've created a command line as ping localhost -n4. My creation flags are 0 because I'm not suspending it because I don't need to inject anything. So I'm not suspending the process. I've created a struct startup info A. Remember that if I'm going to use W here, then I will need to create the structures also in a W manner like this. This will also become L and this will become W car and so on. But I'm not going to use wide car. I'm using ANSI over here or ASCII. So I have everywhere, as you can see. Some structs might not adhere to the A or W. They will have a generic name like process information over here. And if you want to see what they do, you can just control click on it and you will see what it looks like in the process threads API.h file. This process threads API.h file resides within your windows.h file. So you won't need to add them up manually. The process information structure, you are zeroing out the process information struct, creating the new process, the process name over here. If you just scroll over here, you will see that the first command line argument is application name, which we have specified as none. You don't really need that. The command line, it can be just the process name along with command line arguments. We are not specifying any security attributes right now or the thread attributes. We'll take a look at that later on when we deal with threads, remote threads. We don't need to inherit handles because we are not going to inherit the std out handle for this process. The creation flags, again, as you can see, they are 0 because we are not doing anything over here. Environment variable, we are creating this as null. We don't need that for the time being. The current directory, if you don't specify anything, it will take up your current directory itself. If you want to specify a separate directory, you can specify that. Right now, since I'm executing it within the same directory, I don't need to specify a current directory here. The startup information struct pointer, LP, that's a long pointer to a startup information A and long pointer to a process information A. So you can see we have this over here. I have created a structure. I have initialized it by zeroing out every value, else it will contain garbage. and I specified the size of my startup info structure. As you can see, if I just control click, CB basically is the size for the whole structure that you need. So I specified that the size is basically the size of my startup info A. If you don't specify this, the process would not get created. Again, for process information A, I don't need to do anything. I just need to initialize it, which I have done over here using zero memory. Once I've initialized it, I will use the wait for single object API call. So what it does is that it will take up a handle and it will take up the number of milliseconds that it needs to wait. So this is similar to your sleep as well. So what I will do is here, since I have created this process, if this is successful, the process information structure, if I just control click on this, as you can see, it will return me, as soon as I create this process, it will return me the handle to the newly created process, handle to the main thread, the process ID and the thread ID. Once I receive all of this, I can simply call that and I can ask my wait for single object. As you can see, it waits till that handle is closed. So it will wait till this handle is closed for this many number of seconds. If you specify infinite or -1, -1 basically stands for infinite or 0x FF something like this. Or you can just specify infinite, as you can see. -1 basically means that it will wait forever and it will not proceed ahead till this process is complete. If you specify something like 0, it will not even wait, it will just continue executing the next command, next code that you have. If I specify 5, it will wait for 5 milliseconds. If I specify 5000, it will wait for 5 seconds in this case. This is how the API call would work. We'll keep this infinite for now. The next portion are creating threads. I've created two uninitialized variables. I don't need them. You can initialize them if you want, but we don't really need to do that right now. I mean, there's no benefit of doing that right now over here. We are creating a array. As you can see, this is an array which can contain two different handles. And now we are creating a thread. So if I just search for the create thread API here, you can see that the create thread API takes in thread attributes. Again, we don't need anything. So we are keeping that as empty. Second value that it takes is the stack size. You can specify the stack size if you want. This can be important if you're going to execute shellcode, but since we are doing C code, we don't need to specify that right now because we'll by default manage our stack over here itself. We don't need to specify anything extra. The third thing is the start address of our function. I have defined two different functions here, as you can see, thread1 and thread2. You can see that the return values are dword API call. That's how you need to define a function in Windows. And as you can see, I should probably add something like return 0 here because it's a dword. We should return something because the return value is a dword. That's why. So over here, it will just, what it will do is it will just run in a loop for 5 times and it will keep on printing thread1, sleep for 1 second and keep on doing that. Similarly, my second thread also, it will continuously run for 5 seconds till it repeats 5 times and it will keep on sleeping till it has repeated for 5 times. So 5 times into 1 second basically becomes 5 seconds. So this will run for 5 seconds in total. So what I'm doing here, I'm creating a thread. One, I'm not specifying any arguments. If you specify any arguments here, it's a void character. You can take that up over here. So I can type something like void, or let's say LP void arg, and I can specify that over here as well. And similarly, you can specify any other argument that you want to specify over here using a pointer. The next value is basically 0 over here. Whether you want to start the thread in a suspended mode, something that can be useful during injection. Not for us right now. We'll take a look at that later on. And finally, the thread ID. So whatever thread is created, it will return as the thread ID. Something similar to your process information struct where it returns as the process ID and thread ID. Here you will return the thread ID. Thread ID can be useful to validate whether the thread is running, whether it's closed, whether it's in a suspended state or whatever. And finally, we will use wait for multiple objects, unlike wait for single object here. The wait for single object takes in a handle and will wait on that on the number of milliseconds that you've provided. Wait for multiple objects will wait for the number of objects in the number of threads that you specified. So if you have, let's say, 10 threads, and if you have created 10 different threads here, but if you specify only 2, it will only wait till any of the 2 threads complete within the 10 threads that you have specified. Right now, since I specified 2 here, it will only wait till both of the threads are complete. Once it will complete, it will then only print that the threads have been completed, and then it will simply return 0. You can simply compile them using x86-mingw GCC. -m64, since we are compiling this into 64-bit, info -o tilde slash, I'll type info.exe and I'll hit enter. And I'm getting lots and lots of other things over here. So as you can see, it's only me passing 3 arguments as incompatible pointer type. The reason for that is because it takes in a type of LP started routine. So what I can do is I can simply typecast it to that, and that should work. As you can see, no errors anymore. And right now I have copied, my bad, I have copied it to my home directory. We copy it to my documents directory, which I have shared in my Windows system. And if I go here to my, let's say, shared drive, documents, TMD, and if I execute info window.exe, as you can see, username, directory name, host name, it the threads waited till the ping was completed. Wait for single object. It completed this for 4 times. 1, 2, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Similarly over here, 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And finally, after it waited for both the threads to complete, it printed this. So this is how you can do the most basic coding in Windows and how to get started with your Windows API. Of course, these are very basic, and the whole aim was to make sure that those people who don't have any fundamentals in Windows, they can get a good hold of these. Once you have created this, we'll be dealing into much deeper aspects of creating threads, which we'll take a look at in a few minutes later on. So any doubts still here before we proceed with how the Windows API works? No doubts. Okay, great. So going back to our code. Yeah, I just saw that, saw the Discord channel right now, my bad. Is the reason a lot of EDRs don't use kernel hooks for syscall. I can literally give you the names of the EDRs which I know perform syscall hooking. CrowdStrike is something that does not do syscall hooking. ATP doesn't do syscall hooking. A lot of people think that. And I know that is because I have a really good friend in Microsoft, and I have done a lot of debugging on ATP. It's a really great, I would say, EDR. But the thing what it does not do is syscall hooking, and the reason for that is because it uses ETW to capture all of your API calls that you do. It does do NT-API hooking, don't forget that, but it does not do syscall hooking. So whenever you're doing any kind of, let's say, NTQ APC or NTQ user APC API call, it will hook that using, it will not hook that, it will create a provider in ETW, and whenever you use any of the API calls, that ETW will simply go ahead and extract whatever API calls were done, because ETW is responsible for doing that. That's in Windows event tracing, and will report that back. No, it does not do non-user land version. The ETW will only do your NT API calls. But in the end, whenever you are doing, yeah, a lot of people, kernel level hooking is different from syscall hooking. Don't confuse the kernel level hooking with syscall hooking. When I say kernel level hooking, it simply means that it has, let's say, for example, you have API calls like PSS create routine X or PSS image load routine X, which basically hooks loading of your DLLs and process creation. But hooking your virtual alloc or something similar, you won't be able to do that in the user land. I mean, you can do that, but that can be easily evaded. So what a lot of EDRs do in that case is basically they only directly go and hook the NT API call, because you don't need to use hook the user land in that case if you're using the NT API. And if you're using hooking NT API calls, you can do that using a kernel driver, and kernel driver can simply go ahead and use the PSS create image load routine X along with the specific patch that has been applied on that specific NT API call, and will return or whatever values that you specify to the specific kernel. Syscall is something different. In case of syscall, you will have to use process instrumentation, which is specific to ETW. Without process instrumentation, you won't be able to hook the syscall in this case. Patchguard is something that will prevent a lot of things, but yes, kernel level hooking, basically, it's not exactly forbidden. I would say there have been a lot of EDRs which have been dealing that, but Microsoft is not really that friendly with kernel level hooking, because it will basically ruin the whole how the whole user interface would do that. Yes, for MS it is allowed, but I don't think your ATP actually does the syscall hooking, because from what I've identified or what I've seen from the ATP when I was actually trying to simulate some of the code for my BruteRTL, I saw that it doesn't. It uses E2W for most of the tasks. It doesn't use the direct NT API hooking for that. Yes, I'm not sure about Palo Alto. The EDRs which I know does kernel API hooking is one of them is basically McAfee, which does syscall hooking. I know that for a fact. I know Sentinel-1 does syscall hooking. It uses process instrumentation for that, and Sentinel-1 is probably one of the best EDRs which does syscall hooking till date. It does take up a lot of CPU time, but it does do that. I don't think kernel hooking is forbidden, because these EDRs do that. Is that? Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about callbacks, not hooking. My bad. Hooking is basically related to syscalls. I'm talking about callbacks. The Palo Alto EDR and other EDRs do callback, but Sentinel-1 does do syscall hooking. I know that. When I say hooking, what they do is basically they will simply go ahead and patch the existing. Yes, callbacks are totally allowed, which is what your PSS create routine X or something which looks like this basically stands for. So when you say callbacks, it basically means this. PSS, yeah. PS, I think PS routine notify. I don't exactly recall what it's called. Create process or something like that. Yeah. These are callbacks which are basically done by the kernel drivers, not the kernel hooking. The kernel hooking is not something Microsoft supports because it can cause a lot of issues. But you can do patching and syscall hooking. When I say syscall hooking, it's basically if you have faced, and if any one of you have actually faced the Sentinel-1, then you would understand what I'm talking about when I say syscall hooking. We'll take a look. As well as Silence also does syscall hooking, and yes, they're already in ring 0 and they do syscall hooking. I'll show you how syscall hooking works. We do have a separate slide deck on that, and uh, they do, yeah, they do intercept direct syscalls. Yes, syscalls also does that, but I think syscall uses ETW providers to gather information on the syscalls. It doesn't specifically load a driver or something similar. At least that's what I recall. I might be wrong again. I haven't used syscalls in that case. Yes, kernel level hooking, the EDR does have to be a signed driver, yes. And it has to be a cross-signed driver, which means it has to be signed by your EV code signing certificate as well as Microsoft. And that verification is performed by CIG, which is your.
Chetan lost your voice.
Hello? Yeah, sorry, my bad. Not sure what's up with my headphones today. So, yes. So yeah. So what I was saying was that basically, whenever you use signed, if you're going to load, let's say drivers into a system, they need to be cross-signed, not just signed. Cross-signed simply means that it needs to be signed by Microsoft as well as another code signing certificate authority, and only then Microsoft will validate that using CIG, which is Control Integrity Guard, and then it will allow you to the driver to be loaded. And I know that for a fact because I have myself written EDRs back in 2018 and 2019, 2017 and 2018. And at that point of time, whenever you're writing a driver, once you complete writing a driver, you have to provide the whole source code for your driver to Microsoft. They have a HLK, which is your hardware lab kit, which they ask you to run. And the hardware lab kit will provide you the results for your EDR, what kind of CPU time it takes, what bugs are there, and everything. And you have to submit that to Microsoft. Microsoft will validate that, it will cross-sign that, and then it will only go ahead and return you. For registering callback, they have to, yes, for registering a callback, they would need a driver. So most of these EDRs that are available, they will always have a driver in place. At least all the known EDRs that I know do that. For example, CrowdStrike does that, McAfee, Symantec, all of these actually do kernel callbacks as well as your, yeah, they only do kernel callbacks. They don't do syscall hooking. The ones that I do syscall hooking are basically your Sentinel-1 and Silence, and your ATP does ETW monitoring for syscalls. At least that's what I know from my past 1 month of experience, latest 1 month of experience that I have. So any questions before we proceed? Okay. So let me go back to the presenter view. F11. Okay, let me just pull up the Discord here and put it over here just in case someone has any questions. Okay. Cool. So coming back over here, let me share. Yeah. Okay. So the next portion is basically we have seen how we can create a thread. The next portion would be Windows tokens. So Windows token basically are your security context tokens, and whenever you are, for example, let's say, sec, uh, once, just give me a sec. I think someone is unable. I just saw someone is unable to join the channel. Just give me a sec. Arters, you are able to join the channel, right? I just saw your message right now.
Let me check because before the link was invalid. Thank you. Let me check.
When you're running, by the way, when you're trying to run x64 on Windows, you will have to install MingW64. You won't be able to find x86 underscore 64 if you're not installed MingW for Windows. So if you're using Windows, make sure you install MingW GCC, else you won't be able to compile the code that you have. Are you able to join the channel now? The new Discord link was provided over here just a few minutes back. Okay, I think you joined. Cool. And as for the MingW, you will need to install the MingW32 for Windows, because if you don't have that, then you should probably go MingW64, install Windows, and you should find the whole code on SourceForge to install it. So if you're using Windows to compile it, you can download the whole MingW toolchain from over here itself. If you're using Linux, then you can download this and install MingW over here. Make sure you add that up in your path. If you don't add it in your path, then you won't be able to compile them because it won't be able to identify the headers. If you're using Linux, then you can simply do something like sudo apt install MingW-W64, and it should install everything for you. If you're using Kali or Ubuntu or anything else, this is what I usually use for myself. I don't like the Windows headache for some reason. So going back to our code, let's take a look at the Windows access tokens. The Windows access tokens basically describe the security context of your processor thread. Basically, it will contain multi-platform identity tokens. A process will always obtain a default access to its parent process, which means that if you have even stolen a token for a remote process, and if you're impersonating someone else, then even if when you create a new process using the impersonated token, the new process cannot use the impersonated token because Microsoft restricts that. So you cannot create a new process with a given token unless you are an administrator. So for a normal user, you would only be able to use the tokens that you have stolen for network-based activities and not for anything else. We will be creating tokens later on, and we'll be using those tokens to move laterally as well. So we'll take a look at creating tokens and stealing tokens later on. I think probably that is in the OTD course where we deal with the tokens right now. So in short, the token is nothing but it contains information about the identity and the privileges of a user account, which is associated with a process or a thread. So whenever a user logs on, the system verifies the user's password by comparing it with the information stored in the security database, which is within your LSA or your LSAS. If the password is authenticated, the system will produce an access token, and every process executed on the behalf of this current user's token will receive a copy of this access token. So going back over here, going on to the next slide, this is how your tokens actually work. Whenever you perform a login, let's say the username is the domain name is Jupiter, and the username is Naruto, for example. So whenever you log in onto the system, this is the event ID that will be generated 4624. That's a local logon. You can have either local logon or network logon, which is 3, and so on. So whenever you log into a system, your LSA in your host will basically send your credentials to the domain controller after converting into NTLM hash and doing all sorts of Kerberos authentication. When that is validated from the DC, it will receive back an access token. It will use that access token with the NT API called as NT create token. It will create a new token and create a new process from that token, since NT create token can be used to create a new process from a token, since NT create token is only used by LSAS in the privileged mode. It will create a process called as userinit.exe, and userinit.exe will create a new process called as explore.exe, which is what you see when you log into a system. And whenever you start new processes, depending upon the type of the process, whether it's a CLR or whether it's basically, let's say, any other process, you would see whether you would get different types of restrictions in this case. So for example, if it's a Chrome, you would simply get a restricted token, whether or if it's a, let's say, a console application, you would get a primary access token. If you start something like Notepad, it would get a restricted token, and within the restricted token, you can later have privileges like RW or RX for that specific process that you want. So in short, basically upon a successful authentication, your LSAS will call a function, this function NT create token, which will generate an access token for your current user depending upon the user security profile. If the UAC is enabled, then the user logging will be done, and the member and only the member of administrator will get a fully privileged token. But if the user is not privileged, then the or basically if the if the UAC is enabled onto the system, then the LSAS will create a restricted token, and it will only provide the restricted token by default. To get a privileged token, you'll have to right click, run as an administrator, and create a privileged token. This is important from the perspective of creating tokens, because when you try to move laterally onto remote systems, try to impersonate token over SMB or over RPC calls, you on a remote network, these same tokens can be used in an administrative manner, but on a local system, you cannot use them as an administrator. You will only be able to use them because on a local system, they stand restricted, but over the network, you can use them for RPC calls. That's the reason why a lot of people who use SMB pivoting or let's say during red team engagements, they would know that basically impersonate a user and then do whatever you want over RPC. Something as simple as DC sync, or let's say extracting Kerberos tickets or anything that you want using a specific user token that you can do. So these are what your Windows security token contains: the SID or the security identifier, a logon SID, a list of privileges held by the user, the owner SID, the source of the access token, the impersonated token, as well as the main token, as well at the same time an optional list of restricted SIDs, your active impersonation levels, and more. So to view what informations are available for your current token, you can go ahead and use this code. So let me go back to my Visual Studio Code here and open this up. So over here, let me go back to my main. Okay, so what you're seeing over here is basically the first function that is being run is get underscore privileges. So what it done is that it creates a initialized handle to a token. It creates a token elevation struct and privileges and a pointer to a token privileges struct. It gets the size, assigns that to the size over here, which we'll be providing later on. And I'll create a simple car variable which will be overwriting over and over again. So once as you can see that the open process token returns a Boolean value which can either be true or false. When I run it, it basically requests a current process handle, access to a token, what kind of access that we require on that handle, and a pointer to a token handle structure, or basically token handle pointer. So the current process is what we're specifying over here. Now, instead of current process, instead of calling this API call, you can simply specify something like -1, and you can typecast it to a handle. Because when you take a look at in the x64 DBG, your get current process stands for -1. So in this way, you're basically avoiding calling the Windows API call directly itself. I'll show you how this looks like in a debugger in a minute. We are requesting open process token API that we need to query. We need a handle over here of the current process to query the privileges that are there in the token. So basically, whenever we do something like this, it will request a token and give us a pointer. Once we get a pointer, we will go ahead and query it using the get token information. As you can see, it requests a type that is token privileges. That's what we are trying to enumerate. the pre-token information, that's the struct that we created earlier, a pointer to a token information structure, and basically the length, where we will get the length of this current token. Now, when we run it for the first time, this will fail, and the reason for that is because by default the size that we have specified over here, the token privileges, we have not allocated the size over here. So what we will have to do is, when it fails, it will return us the size that is required for this for this API to run successfully. We will allocate that size using calloc. Calloc will simply allocate that much size that we have specified over here. It will multiply this size with the size of the token privileges struct, assign that size to your token privileges struct, and it will allocate that buffer. It will zero it down. If you do malloc, it won't zero it down. We are using calloc over here, so it will zero it down so that it doesn't contain any garbage information. Once we have that, we will run this again, and now we'll use if to validate whether it has run successfully. If it has run, we will loop through the number of count of privileges that we have with the length and check the value of whatever we have for the current user. So basically, we'll run this in a loop, and we will see what attributes that it has. So if you just go ahead and take a look at the token privileges struct in the Windows documentation, it will tell you that if attributes 3, it basically means that it has been default, which means that those are the default privileges for the user. If it's 2, it means that that specific attribute is adjusted. So if you're running in a domain environment, you might not have all privileges. For example, something as simple as SE debug. So when you do SE debug privilege, it will show as adjusted in your case, because by default users do not have privileges for that. If you're in a domain, local users will always have these privileges. And if it's 0, it means that privilege is not available for the current user. Once you have enumerated that, we'll continuously print that over here, whatever privilege that we have enumerated using this car variable that we have. After that, we will use the get token information. So earlier, as you can see, we enumerated the privileges. Right now, we are just verifying whether our token is a UAC elevated token or not, and we will get that into the token elevation structure. So right now, we will just validate if it is, as you can see, if I just scroll over here, if I just go here, let me just go here, and you can see it returns a dword value. So if the dword value is more than 0, it basically means that it is elevated. If it's less than 0, it basically means we are restricted. And finally, we will close the handle and we will return the privileges. So this is how we are getting to get the privileges of the current user. Once you've done that, we'll try to set the debug token. So this is how you can go ahead and set your debug privileges for your current process. Now, this will only be successful if you are an administrator. If you're not an administrator, this would fail. So we're opening the current process token. But unlike earlier, where we only specified token query, we will also add token edges, which means we are modifying the privilege for the specific handle that we are taking. If you're providing a remote process token or a handle to a different process, you would be able to modify it provided you have privileges on that specific process. Get a handle, run lookup privilege value a command, which will check whether we have the SC debug privileges. Once we enumerate that into this struct, we will modify the privileges over here by modifying the privileges of this struct and changing that to enabled, and then we will adjust the token using the adjust privileges. Now remember that even though we are adjusting or making changes over here, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has been set. So to check whether the debug privileges have been set, we are using another function that we have written, check debug privs. It will basically create a privilege set, create an LUID, open again the current process handle with the token. It will validate whether the SE debug name has been set into the current process. If it is not set, it will return false. If it is set, it will go ahead and check whether I am an administrator. If it is not, it will again go ahead and tell me that I am not privileged again. And if you are an administrator and if you are successfully able to set the debug token, you will get this. If you are not able to get the debug token, then you will get error access denied. So if we run this currently, GCC get token info -m64 -o documents, and I'll just copy this and use the same name here. And if I go and run this, you can see right now over here I only have these privileges and I'm getting SE restricted because I don't have any privileges over here. Now if I copy this get token info, because I'm in a shared drive, I cannot run this administrator here. So let me copy it over here and start CMD as an administrator. It's something similar to what your Metasploit does to extract the privileges. So you don't have to use whoami/whoami.exe space /all to get the privileges of the current user. And now if I run this, as you can see, by default, these are the privileges that I had, and the SE debug privilege by default was disabled for my user. And right now, after modifying, you can see it's adjusted, which means it is now enabled right now because we adjusted that. And you can see all the privileges that your current user has. If you use Metasploit, you would see something similar. If you might remember something similar doing that. For those of you who are Brutadel users here, you would see something similar because this is almost similar to the code that I use in Brutadel as well to identify the privileges of the current user. I'll delete this from over here. I will go back to the code. And this is how you can modify and adjust privileges for your current user. So any questions still here before we proceed? No questions? Okay. One more thing to remember is that similar to setting the SE debug privilege, you can also set different other privileges as well. For example, if I go back to my code here, and if you take a look over here, these are the other special tokens that you can adjust and add it to your processes. And depending upon what privileges you have, you might be able to view or not view any other specific thing. For example, if you want to load a driver, a signed driver, you would need SE driver privileges for that. And if you want to unload an existing driver also, you would need privileges for that as well. But remember that if you're trying to unload a driver, it can have side effects onto the system, and a lot of EDRs basically hook the SE unload driver command as well, so that API as well, so that when you're trying to unload an existing EDR's driver, that event will be generated. But however, if you're dealing with something as good as sysmon, it's a piece of cake to unload a driver, and after adjusting the SE driver privilege, and then just directly unloading the driver, and sysmon will just stop hooking everything that you have. So this is for assigning a privilege. And yes, the next part is DLL or dynamic link library. So any doubts still here or any questions before we proceed? No questions, no doubts. Cool. So what we'll do is, since we're already halfway through our slide deck, the next portion is to write our own, understanding the reflective DLLs, understanding the different sections of the DLL, and writing our own loader from scratch. So we'll do that after the current break. So we'll take a large break of 45 minutes over here, so that people from different regions can have their lunch and everything, and we'll probably get back after 45 minutes. So any doubts or queries that you have before we go on a break? I know that we have done most of the basic stuff till now, especially a lot of enumeration stuff. But from here on out, there will be hardly any theory, and we'll be focusing a lot on coding itself instead of theory. But the initial theory part was more towards the. Okay, it's 5 a.m. over there. Okay, it's 3 o'clock at my place right now, almost 3:30. So I'll probably go and get my lunch right now. So yes, I think you should probably get more coffee, because we are going to do a lot of reflective DLL, parsing the P sections, and a lot of hardcore stuff that we'll be doing from here on out. So yeah, let's meet back after 45 minutes then. I believe I have people from every other region right now. So I think probably half of you guys might be getting a coffee, and the rest will probably be getting some lunch at this point of time. Oh damn. 3:30 a.m. Probably, I think you are in the EST time zone, I think. Okay, thanks. And feel free to ping me up in case you have any questions. I'll be back after lunch, and I think Nick is typing something. No, he stopped typing. Okay, cool. No worries then. So we'll see you guys after lunch, and let me reset this. I'll see you guys after 45 minutes then. So let's get started with the next part. So right now what we'll be doing for the rest of the day is basically building a loader for reflective DLL and understanding how dynamic loading of libraries work. So when we talk about reflective loaders, there are usually two loaders, and people don't speak a lot about the secondary loader most of the time. That's what I've seen. Only few people who have actually reversed the whole code and taken a look at it might know exactly that there are two loaders and what kind of artifacts are being left out by the second loader. So I wrote a blog on this sometime back, so I'll be walking you guys through that as well as to how to hide your RWX region, because there are two RWX regions and not a lot of people know that. Some people only think that just having a single region or the single initial virtual alloc should be fine in RX, but that doesn't work. So we'll go through them in a few minutes. So before we get started with the reflective DLL part, let's understand how the dynamic loading works, because we would have to do that so that our reflective loader works. So your DLLs are specifically meant to be used as an external code or function, and each executable, however the core exes or executables that we compile, they only have imports, whereas DLLs have both import and export as well. The exports are functions that are exposed by the DLL, and they can be called from any other executable. In Windows, you would have to load the library using the load library API call if it's from disk, like you would normally do for your kernel 32 or ntdll.dll or any other DLL that you have. But there's this reflective loader that was found out by Stephen Freer back in 2011, and he found out a way to actually modify how load library works and implement that directly in memory. So all of the DLLs have entry point, and each of the entry point is called as DLL main. Windows uses the load library A, and the core part that load library A does is that it reads the P, parses the P header, and validates that it's actually a P and not anything else. It maps the file to into memory using an API call called as virtual alloc and write process memory. Once it has done that, it will typecast the headers to a specific struct, which would be our PEB and NTB and image NTE header structure. And finally, we will typecast it and find the entry point and then execute the entry point. Now, instead of using the existing code of Stephen Freer, what I thought that it might be better in case to use our own reflective loader that we have written from scratch instead of understanding the reflective loader of Stephen Freer. And the reason for that is because Stephen Freer research is really great, but it was back in 2011 when he found that out. And if you use that reflective loader now, there are heavy chances that you would get detected. So you would need to tweak it, and that's what we are going to do today. So just give me a sec. Okay, so speaking of DLLs can be linked statically, runtime, or dynamically. When we're talking about static linking or dynamic linking or runtime linking, static linked executables are larger in size because the whole code of the statically linked functions and the dependent functions are actually attached to the exe itself. So whenever you compile it and run it, the whole DLL will be linked within your actual PE. Dynamically linked executables are different, however, and they're much smaller in size because they dynamically find the import directories which contain a list of DLLs that need to be loaded. Whereas runtime linking will basically load a DLL from disk, map it to memory, and extract the address from it. That's exactly what we are going to do right now. A quick example would look something like this. So basically, you have get computer name A, which resides within kernel 30 or DLL, right? So what we would usually do to get a handle of our kernel 32 or DLL, we will use the load library API call. When we do that load library API call, the return value is basically a handle or a H module for a load library API call. When it returns that, we'll basically be having a function pointer, or basically what we can call as a base address of our kernel 32.dll. Now using this, we can supply that to getproc address win API. So the getproc address will extract a specific function pointer from the handle to the base address of your DLL, and you can specify what address you want to find, what function that you want to find out, and will return you an address to that specific function, which will be in a RX or a RWX region. Now, what you have to do is basically you will have to create a type definition, because right now you're not directly calling it. So this is how a type definition looks like, and this is how the actual code looks like. If you directly call this kernel32.dll is by default statically linked, and get computer name A would show up in your strings and everything. Whereas if you do something like this, it won't show up in your strings, or it won't be linked statically. The size of the DLL would differ in this case. So over here, what is happening is that we have typecasted a variable called as my get computer name A. We specify that it's a pointer over here, type of win API, which returns a Boolean value. And we have put this inside a parenthesis, and we have another set of parentheses here which takes arguments. So this basically tells us that this is a type of function which basically returns a Boolean value and takes up 2 arguments. So that's basically the type. We will typecast it to our get comp name A over here. As you can see, you can either typecast it or you can directly create a variable from that type def. So we have created our own variable with that type def. We'll check if it's not null, which means if it is successfully completed. The next thing that we will do is simply, yes, Sam, we have started it already. I just saw your message now. So basically what we're doing is we're basically creating the same variable for the host name length, and we are simply calling it with get comp name, the exact same, because we already typecasted it, not exactly typecasted, basically created a variable and added the function pointer over there. So now we can call this in this format that we have already created a type def, and that's how we have done that. So if you go back to our code, and if you take a look at the dyn calls over here, so this is a quick example of that. Similar to kernel32.dll, I have also done it for ADV API 32.dll, which extracts the current user's username, and it simply prints that out. And as you can see, I have a type def over here for both get username A as my get username A and get computer name A over here as well. So this will avoid any static linking, and you would be able to directly call whatever you need over here. If you don't do this, then you'll have to do static linking, something like this, for example. So let me show you a quick example of how static linking would look like. If I do something like this, for example, get username A, and right now, if I try to directly call it, it will give me an error here, that because I have not statically linked it, that's the reason. My bad, sorry, it should be -o. And over here, as you can see, we are basically calling get username A, and get username A resides within ADV API 32.dll. So if I perform strings over here, and let me just do -s, and I can strip off anything else, and let me perform a strings on this. If I scroll it down, you can see ADV API 32 statically linked to our DLL, which we don't really want. So if we don't want this, then we cannot call. If you call any function directly, it basically means that we are statically linking. However, what we can do is we can use this, that our typecasted name over here, and instead of load library A, we can use load library W and L over here. So basically, it just takes wildcard characters so that wildcard strings don't show up. If I run it again and compile it and see, you won't find any ADV API 32. So whenever you see something over here, it's much easier to build detections against it by writing your static Yara rules by searching for specific opcodes and strings from your specific DLL that you have created. So avoiding that altogether is probably the best option for that. So now, right now, basically our function has successfully run, and if we run it from over here, it should simply run. As you can see, get computer name A, this is the function pointer, and this is the host name, this is the function pointer, this is the address. We can validate that in x64dbg by going here, and it should be actually %p, not x. X will print it in hex, my bad. And let me, my bad, 1 sec. And let me run it again. And as you can see, the address over here, we can validate that it's correct by opening up x64dbg. Let me increase the font size here. X stack is fine, registers. Okay. And log, yes, well, perfect. So let me go here, open shared folders, documents, and then calls.exe. Okay. So let's take a look by going to symbols. And over here, as you can see, there is no ADV API 32.dll loaded at this point of time. And if I go to kernel 32, my get host name, I think get computer name should be over here, as you can see. And you can see the address here, 5F3DC660. And if you take a look over here, 5F3DC660, it's the same address for get computer name. Similarly, if you check it for, if we allow it to load, let me add a function pointer. Let me add a breakpoint at get proc address here and load library as well. That we will hit the breakpoint as soon as we reach here. So first we will try to find this portion over here, and then we will try to find this. We also have to add a breakpoint on load library W. That would be this. So as you can see, I have hit load library A. And if you recall properly, in the earlier today, I told you that the first argument goes into RCX, second goes to RDX, third goes to R8, fourth goes to R9. In our case, it only takes one argument, so this string should be in RCX register. As you can see, we have our string here for the RCX register. So if I just go into this, and our load library A has started, I'll add a breakpoint here, click on play, and I'll go back. So you can see in the RX register, the return value always go into the RX register. And if you take a look at it, 7FFB F53D 40s. If you right click, go to follow in dump. I'm not sure whether you guys can see it. Let me magnify it. You can see we are inside the kernel 32.dll because this is where the MZ header of kernel 32.dll starts, and this is where your kernel 32.dll simply starts, which means that this is the base address of where your DLL is actually located. Similarly, you can also validate that by going to the log, and over here you can check the address, which is the exact same, 5F3D 40s. 5F3D 40s. That's basically what we call as the handle or the H module or the base address of our DLL. If I click on continue again, this is our get proc address, I think. Yes. As you can see, our get proc address is being called here. And if you take a look, the first argument is the handle. So this should be the start point of our kernel 32. And the second value in the RDX register should be a string called as get computer name A. So as you can see, the RCX contains 5F3D 40s, which is the start of our kernel 32.dll. And the RDX register contains the get computer name A, which is basically our second argument that we specified. As you can see, second argument goes to RDX. So right now, if I go into this and let me add a breakpoint at ret here so that it returns. So as you can see, in our RX register, after exiting the API call, we get our get computer name A address, which is exactly what we stored in our another variable that was this. That's our RX register. That's where our pointer to our function lies. Similarly, we are using load library W, so this should be in wildcard characters here instead of ASCII. So if I click on play, you can see load library W here with the L, which displays it as a wildcard character. If I click on again, get proc address contains get username A, as you can see here from the same one over here. And then finally, we have our address over here as well. So does that make sense? Is that logic clear as to how to identify the different registers and the different API calls in a debugger? Okay. So the reason I'm showing you all of this is in a debugger is because whenever you start writing your own payloads and everything, right? This is exactly how an EDR would check what exactly you're specifying. So a lot of times when you do create thread API call, so the create thread API basically takes the third argument as the function which you want to execute. So if you are executing a reflective DLL or a shell code, and if that create thread API is actually hooked by your driver or EDR, it will simply take up the register value check up what data is there, try to see if that shellcode that you have specified in the register is a known shellcode of a metasploit with containing normal opcodes. It can simply run the Yara rule on the data of your register. If it is, it will simply go ahead and mark that as malicious and it will terminate your thread. So understanding how EDRs work in the backend is one of the most important things to identifying the different types of attacks and evading them. So the only way to evade that in case of the argument hunting for APIs would be to use, if you're using shellcode, then the only way would be to use a polymorphic code, which automatically, polymorphic code or encrypted code, which automatically decrypts itself on the fly. So right now we won't be doing that. We'll be taking a look at other techniques instead of shellcoding, and we do have a lot of other techniques to deal with. So coming back to our code, give me a sec. Let me get some water. So coming back to our slide deck, let's take a look at how the PE looks like in memory. So most of the screenshots that I provided here are from the tool CFF Explorer. So if you have any problem seeing any small screenshots here, you can anytime at any point of time you can start CFF Explorer and take a look at how it looks like. So before we start, this is let me explain what is the PE structure. The PE structure will always start with a DOS header, that is your MS-DOS header. Your MS-DOS header contains strings like this P cannot be run in DOS mode. So when you inject a specific reflective DLL into a remote process, and if you use something like create remote thread or queue user APC or create file mapping or any similar technique to execute a specific thread, the EDR will simply check the virtually allocated region. It will search for strings like this P cannot be run in DOS mode or the P header or the NT header. As soon as it finds anything like that in the loaded section, the virtually alloc section, it will straight away go ahead and block that and kill that. So one of the things that you would want to do is to make sure you don't leave any memory-based artifacts within the process. The other thing that your reflective that your code, or basically the other thing that your EDR would do is basically check for the RWX regions as well, because RWX regions are much more uncommon as compared to RX regions. The only reasoning why you would find RWX regions legitimately being used in a Windows system is when the CLR loads a C# code in memory. If you load it in RX, it's probably going to be sound. If you load the C# code in RX region, it will 100% sound malicious, and because Windows by default loads all of them within the RWX region as well. To validate that, you can simply start a process explorer. You can type PowerShell, and you can simply search for the PowerShell process here to check what type of regions does it have. And if you take a look at, if you just filter it out, and if I just scroll down, you can see we have tons and tons of RX regions over here. As you can see, this is because the CLR always loads all of these DLLs as not DLLs, I would say, any C# exe or DLLs that you have, it will be loaded as an basically as in a RWX region itself. But if you're loading any, when if you go and take a look at that, it still doesn't have any MZ header or a PE header over here. So when your EDR scans something like this, they won't find this as malicious. Along with the .NET assemblies that you can find over here, it can simply validate the address where each of these DLLs are stored, and you can try to validate that over here as well. But when you load a reflective DLL, over here, if you have any RX region, even a single RX region with a PE or an NT header, it would sound malicious because that should not exist until it is being backed by a specific legitimate executable. So if I open something like this over here, let me see if I have anything else over here. So these are all the .text sections of our DLL. And yeah, I don't have any P or MZ header over here, as you can see, because these are all the text sections. All the other headers would simply go over here in the RW sections, the MZ header, the P header, and all those portions, which I cannot find over here right now. But yes, but this is where, but the RW section or the R section is where your MZ header, P's header, and all those portions go. So one of the things that you could do is make sure that whenever you load a file into a remote process, it is RX. And when I say RX, I don't mean just by creating when you are creating a newly virtually allocated region. You will also have to do that in the loader that is actually relocating your reflective DLL after you inject it. So to explain that more clearly, let me go back here and let me explain this first. So over here, we have a DOS header, we have an NT header. The NT header will contain a file header and an optional header. When you take a look at the file header, your file header contains these information. Your machine type x84, x66, which means it's a 64-bit code. Number of sections that are available within your code. The time and date stamp. So if you use Cobalt Strike or Brute then you would know that you can simply modify when a PE was compiled, the compile time and generated. So that is basically something that you can do by modifying the hex values that you have over here by converting your date into a hex value. The pointer to the symbol table. The symbol table is something that contains all your exported functions. Number of symbols, number of exported functions that are there within your DLL. The size of the optional header. Your optional header contains data directories that you have. So your data directories contain the export address for the relative export directories, relative virtual address, the address which it is there when it is in memory, the size of your export directory, import directory size, the DLLs that are imported by static compilation, import directory size, and any resource files that you have added that will be shown up over here. The next thing that we have are the section headers. One thing to remember is that when you are into file header, when you're parsing the PE to perform a reflective injection, when you're inside a file header, and when you reach till the number of symbols here, if I just open up Microsoft documentation quickly, Microsoft PE format. If you just Google Microsoft PE format, you will land upon this page. And let me just scroll to the very top. So this is a great website. This is where I learned how PE works, because this website clearly tells you what each of the section or the type stands for and what is the size for each of them. So right now what I'm searching for is basically this. We are currently inside the COF file header, which is exactly this that we have, our COF file header. And over here you can see that once you parse everything and reach the number of symbols, if you add 2, because from not 2, I believe it's 4, the size of optional header. Yeah, as you can see, the size of optional header, basically the offset is 16 from the start of your file header, which means if you go here, the size of optional header, this offset is 16 bytes from the start. As you can see, 0x84, and from that it's basically at 0x94 over here, and it basically takes up only 2 bytes, which means if you calculate, if you subtract the next value, as you can see, this is 94, whereas this is 96. So if you subtract, the size of optional header is 2 bytes. Similarly, the number of symbols is 4 bytes, 94 minus 90. Similarly, this one is a different set of bytes, 90 minus 8c, 8c minus 88, and so on. So our aim is to find out this portion 90, add it 4, so that we get the size of optional header. So we add the size of optional header to the end of characteristics. So you can see that the characteristics is basically at the offset 96. If we add 2 to the characteristic value, because it's of size 2, the whole size of the characteristic is only 2, so it becomes 98. So after 98, we know that as soon as we get the end of characteristics, we have the optional header. So if we add the size of the optional header to the file header, then if we add, then we should get the start of the section header. Does that make sense? We're adding the size of the optional header to the end of the file header so that we can get the next section, which is basically section headers. That might be a bit confusing because we are going to do a lot of hex calculations right now. So because that's how the reflective DLL works. So I just want to know that everyone is with me on this point so that they do not get confused. Any doubts still here? Yes, how do we reach till file header? Good question. So I'll be coming to that in a bit. We will have to start parsing everything. I have a folder that I've given you called as PE master. And if you go here to the PE parser, you will see the whole code. I will be walking through this whole code in a few minutes. Don't worry about it. So basically, I'm showing you how the calculations work. Basically, you keep on adding and adding and adding until you actually reach the exported function that you want to call. So basically, this is how the file editor looks like. And if you go here and you open up CFF Explorer, then you would see the exact same thing. So before we do that, before we go open up our CFF Explorer, let's create our boxreflect.dll file. So over here, if you go to the PE master folder, you would see we have a file called as boxreflect.c. This is how your DLL would look like. This is how normal DLL would also look like, containing a DLL main, unlike int main, which is there for your executables. Your DLL main, it will always take a instance to a DLL, but that's basically the handle to itself. The reason, basically anything that you have specified over here, and LP reserved, which is basically a pointer to void. So this is basically the argument that you would specify if you're ever going to provide an argument to your reflective DLL. So over here, this reflective DLL that we have, it does a very simple thing. It just prints box reflected onto the screen in a message box. As you can see, basically it takes a handle to a window. We have specified null, which means it will automatically create a new window. We specified a box reflected string. We have given the caption over here as test, as you can see, and the type that you get as the button, MB, OK, cancel, retry, or whatever buttons that you want. So over here I specified OK over here. Once it has printed that, it will simply print this. But if you're, let's say, trying to inject this into a remote process and get an output, you won't receive this output until you flush it to your std out. So a lot of people, I keep getting questions on Discord that even if they're injecting a reflective DLL into a remote process, how to recapture the output. So the reason is because if you don't flush all the values to std out, then what happens is that whenever, if you just do printf and if you don't do this, it will redirect all of that to the current std out of the current process. So if you're injecting into a notepad will never have a console, which means it will just get redirected to your dev null kind of thing. Not exactly dev null, because Windows does not have dev null kind of thing, but I'm just giving an example. It will get redirected to your null dev null. So this is how you can actually print it to screen, by flushing everything to std out itself. And then you can simply capture the output using a anonymous pipe or a named pipe, which will be again doing tomorrow, so you won't have to worry about that. And now to load this, once we allocate a virtual memory into a remote process, before we call this, we will have to first load a loader into the remote process, which basically does the whole job of loading kernel 32 DLL, NTDLL, and everything. So that is within our loader.h file. This is an exact loader extracted from your Stephen Fewer's reflective DLL from his GitHub, the official GitHub for your reflective DLL. I have modified a small portion here, at least only a few specific parts, like for example, changing the ROR 13 values to ROR 19. I'll come to this part later on, and a few small sections here and there. So we'll come to this part later on when we start dealing with this in a few minutes itself. So right now, before we do anything, before we take a look at this loader, we will also have to take a look at the loader. So there are two loaders, one which loads the DLL, the second loader relocates itself. So we will take a look at the first loader right now, which loads the DLL. So I'll do x86-w. I think there's a make file here. You can simply take a look at the make file here, which I have provided. Let me wrap it. So as you can see, if you just go ahead and type make box reflect, it should simply go ahead and run it. So basically we are compiling this with loader.c, which contains our loader. That's our second loader, not the first loader. The next thing is basically we have boxreflect.dll, the file that we are creating. We are adding these flags, warning for all. If there are any warnings, it will show up. Compile it to x64. -s stands for static. OS stands for optimization. Align all the functions in a singular line. Align all the data sections in a 1x1 format. That's a singular line. Right? Basically enable all strings and write them up directly before compilation. We are not dealing with exceptions right now, so I'm disabling exception. If enable this, the size of the binary would increase. We are merging all the constants that are there. Currently, this is basically a constant in our file that would go to the .r data section. We have the static lib GCC that we are statically linking anything that we have. We'll take a look at that later on dynamic linking. And we are basically making sure that we have our DLL exports in line together. We are enabling all GCC sections. Just one sec. Giving any errors for our missing braces, and finally we are telling it to build a shared DLL. So this is using our x64, our MinW itself. So I'll just type make box reflect p parser, and if I do ls, I should have my box reflect.dll here. So I'll simply compile this to my, move this to my documents directory from where I have my whole thing. And what I will do is, once I've done that, I'll go to my pe parser.c. I'll explain this in a bit. But before we do any of this, we have a file called as box reflect.h here. I will open this, and you can see that this is basically around 282 kilobytes in length. As you can see, if I just hover it up over here, this is an old one. So we are going to overwrite this with our current box reflect.dll, the size of which is, I think, should be pretty small. As you can see, it's only 16 kilobytes in length. So I'll do xxd. So when you do xxd on any file, it will basically print you everything, the whole p section and everything about that file. Right now, what we want is we want the hex values, because we'll be converting this to because we'll be injecting this. As you can see, the mz header over here, the DOS header, and then we have the NT header over here as well. So what we'll do is we'll do xxd-i, will automatically convert the output of box reflect to an unsigned car array to us. So what I will do is I'll go to Control A and delete, just to show you how it works. I'll do xxd-i arrow, and I will do box reflect.h. As you can see, it has automatically created this of 16 kilobytes. That was the total size, and there will be a size as well over here for our file that we have. And just to compile it, I'll just add #include windows.h here, and that works. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and compile our p parser that we have. It's a simple compilation. It just takes the C flags linker that we have over here, which is basically, I think I have not specified it. Yep, I'll just delete this because we have not defined that right now. Basically, it just compiles it with the whole thing, and what it does is that from boxreflect.dll, if I go to the int main, as you can see, this is our DLL that we created in our boxreflect.h file. So you're basically getting the base address for our reflect to DLL using the, by directly printing it, what is the value over here. So right now, if I just compile the parser, and I'm getting a warning here. So let me just go to this line. So we are getting a line over here, which is basically type void, and we have specified null here. So I'll just specify 0, and that should work. Yes. Because it's a void pointer. A void pointer should not be null. It should, if it's 0, it's fine, or you would have typecast it to a void pointer. So right now I'll just copy this PE parser and PE parser.exe to my documents directory. I'll go back to my VM here. I'll explain in a bit how the PE parser works. And right now it did not work. 1 second. Yes, it did not work. Just give me a minute. I might have disabled something here. Let me check. Okay, PE header offset. 1 second. I have most likely disabled something. Let me check. Give me a sec. Box reflect. Okay, and I believe I'm erasing something here. Symbol box reflect max path. Right over here. My bad. I'll just disable it. This is for the evasion part that I was showing to one of my older sessions, and I forgot to disable that. So I'll compile this again, and I'll copy it here. So let me see if I don't have. Yes, it should work properly now. As you can see, it's working properly. Box reflected, and I'll keep this as it is. I'll show you how it looks like, and how an attacker might, how defender might find it. So if I just say check for PE parser over here, and let me see if I can change the font here. Font, yes. 14. Okay. So if I double click this, what the hell? Okay, I thought that the font over here also would change. Never mind. So the box reflected over here. If you go back, we are seeing a lot of strings that are being printed on screen here and everything. This is basically the parser that we've written. The only reason why I have printed is because so that you can understand it. I'll explain that in a bit. And this is the Stephen Viewer's code. Remember that. As you can see, there is a RX region here. If I double click it, we will see we have the MZ header, the MS DOS header here till here. Then we have the P header and so on. So this is basically how your P would look like in memory. If anyone takes a look at the threads over here, you would see a weird thread starting, which is not exactly from the P parser itself. So this simply means that this thread, which is not starting by backed by any, it will take a bit of a time to load the stack. I'll cancel this. But if you find a P that is being loaded by anything else apart from the legitimate DL, then this is how it would look like. Now it's gone because I canceled that. And okay. So this is how the P would look like in memory. Now let's go back and take a look what exactly did we do here to make it run. So let me open up the box reflect.h here. Okay. So after we put the box reflect.dll here, the whole obfuscate, the whole MZ code here. Yes, sure. I can increase the font size. Is this fine? Okay. Okay. So coming back here, we have box effect.dll. Let's go back to the entry. This is where our code starts. So we have our initial offset set to 0x3c. So I'll just stack this over here on the right hand side. And I will go here and I'll stack this here. File open. And I will open my box reflect.dll here. The one that I compiled. And if I go to the DOS header, you would see you can open this up in your own in the code that you have. If I magnify, I'll have to keep on. As you can see here, 0x3c, that's the hex value, which is exactly what we have done over here as well. Because 0x3c contains an offset to which it considers an offset 0x80, and if you take a look at what exactly 0x80 is, if you go to the NT header, you can see 0x80 stands for 4550, and if you convert 4550 to your text, it basically stands for P and E. 0x50 stands for P, whereas 45 stands for E. So this is your P header starts. Now from the 0x80, if you add 4 more bytes, then you get the machine offset to the machine. Then the number of sections, if you add 2 more, you get time date stamped, pointer to symbol table, number of symbols here, size of the optional header, and this. If you add 00F0 to the after adding 2 to 96, you will eventually reach these section headers, which should be this. And this is where we what we want to find, because this is the section header is where our actual executable section lies. The .text section is where our executable section lies. The .data is where your all your modifiable code will lie. Not exactly code. When I say code, I basically mean the modifiable car variables or unsigned car variables, the buffer that you've created. .r data will contain the read-only code and so on. The BSS will contain your uninitialized section, your export directory, import directory. CRT will stands for basically for your threads, your thread local storage, and so on. The only thing that we are interested in right now is the .text section, because that is the place where our actual code would lie for our executable. If I go to export directory, you can see that there's a function called as boxit, which is exported. And if I go here, if I open box reflect.c, you can see that we have DLL main. But if you take a look at, we have also included the loader.h. And if you take a look at the make file, you can see the loader.c as well. So if I open loader.c and if I scroll to the very top, you can see that this is the DLL export that we have exported, and the name is boxit, which is what we are trying to find out. If you are able to find the function pointer for this and add that to the base address of our reflective DLL in memory, And if we call it using using create thread or create remote thread, we should be able to execute this box it code. And the box it code contains our second loader. If I scroll it down, I'll explain that in a bit. If I scroll it down, you can see that it is typecasting it to DLL main and executing the DLL main over here, which will in turn execute our DLL main, and then it will print the message box and the other information. So before I proceed, is this basic information? Is this information on how the initial processing of the DLL happens? Is that understandable? Or if you want to repeat me again, I will surely repeat it again. Feel free to let me know. Any questions still here? No questions? Nice. Yes, of course. So over here, I had this portion over here. So basically what I did was that I just commented this portion out. So I'll tell you what this means in a bit when we come to this portion of the code. I'm just erasing the empty header, the P headers and the DOS headers over here, and overwriting the MZ header with something else. But it won't work with the current loader. So we'll take a look at that later on, how we can use it with a different loader that I have written. This is something that I preferably use most of the time. So that's we will use it with that loader right now. Right now we are using the loader.c, and that's the reason. Not exactly. I haven't taken a look at the SRDI code. Let me just quickly take a look at the code of the SRDI. It's been a while since I saw that code. Your box reflects 37 kilobytes in length, and over here, just check whether you have these arguments here. Let me just paste all the arguments in the chat here itself. I pasting all of them in a single line itself. If you don't have -s for some reason, then you will have to change that, and make sure you're compiling with MingW itself. As for the SRDI, let me take a look at that. Not exactly. So the SRDI, from what I can understand, is basically it takes a DLL and it converts them to a C# loader. Yes. So basically, this portion of the code that we are writing over here, the P parser code that we have in C, it is most likely converting the C code that we have of this whole parser, and it is doing that using the C# code, from what I can understand by taking a look at over here. So if I look at the .NET code here, this should be easier to understand. Yes, it's already doing the same thing, typecasting it to different headers and parsing it out. Yes. I think this is more of a code of the Stephen Fewer itself, instead of, because the RVA to offset is directly a code taken from the Stephen Fewer's code. If you take a look at that. So this is a Stephen Fewer's code, and if I go here, inject source, I think it was in this C file, get proc address, no, not this one. Yep, as you can see, it's basically one for, as you can see, the same one. It's basically a replica of Stephen Fewer's, just in C#, I think. Does that answer your question, Nick? Okay, so basically what it is doing is that SRDI is basically, it's using a wrapper over here written in C#, unlike the one that I'm doing in C, and it wraps that around the actual code, and it gives you the position independent code which can be executed as a C# file in memory over here. It's converting that position independent code directly to your, at least from what I can understand from the current portions, I will have to probably reverse engineer to understand the whole thing. But at least that's what it is doing from what I can understand, to convert to .NET assemblies and everything. It's in C as well. Oh, I haven't used that. Let me see. This looks like Stephen Fier's code again. Yep, this is RAW 13. And okay, so okay, understood what it is exactly doing. So this piece of code it has, right? So this is a shell code to actually yeah, so this is a shell code that is actually converting the whole portion of your code. This is basically a loader that is written in C over here, not exactly C. I would basically it's in assembly. So this is basically a loader which is which exactly does the part of doing all of this that I'm doing right now over here. The other part is a different thing. We'll come to that loader part later on. Don't worry on that. So whatever it is doing over here, we will be writing this on day 3, something similar to this over here. So over here, this is basically a shell code. If you just take a look at this, this basically tells you that it's a shell code which has been written most likely in C and then converted to a position independent code in assembly, and it's simply executing the text file of that C code that has been compiled and specifying the DLL that we have, whatever we have written, as an argument to this loader. So basically, it wraps all your DLL code that you have into converts that to hex, pushes that to stack, and then calls this shell code, which will in turn go ahead and parse your code out and execute that one. So this is basically this portion of code that you're seeing over here. This is exactly similar to your. This should be exactly similar to this code, the one that we are seeing right now over here. Not exactly similar, more or less likely similar because it uses partially. It is more or less a part of Stephen Fier's code itself. But it's a shellcode wrapper around the existing DLL. So does that make sense? Okay. So over here, again, I haven't used this a lot. I'll have to take a look. I can probably take a look and tell you more about this later on. I never really needed to use that because you could simply write your own position independent code like this in C, which we'll be doing later on. So I basically used the one that I have. So going back to our code, basically you have the 0x3c. Similarly, we are if you take a look over here, let me minimize this a bit. So over here you can see that we are adding 2 and 2, and then we are getting the P header offset, which is exactly similar to what you can see over here. Basically, we are adding 2 and 2 and 2 again, and we keep on doing that till we reach the remaining portions. So once we have the 3C, the next portion is basically if you add 80, and if you add 2, then you get the machine address, which is basically if you see over here, we have the machine type here. Then if you keep on adding more and more and more, similarly, you will keep on getting the next values that you have. So that's exactly what we are doing over here till we reach the first section header offset, which should be over here. Once you reach the first section header offset that we have, if I go to this portion of the code that we have, so as you can see, this is exactly the same code that we were we executed a few minutes back. The machine type, the number of sections over here that we have, it should be here. As you can see, 0xb. We stack it here. Then we have the time and date stamp, which can be modified in the hex value, the size of the optional header, and once you add the size of the optional header to this, you get the section start address, that is this, which is basically the offset for your start of the text section. Right now, these are the virtual size. So if you want to take a look at the start of the text section, you should be able to see that over here somewhere. As you can see, this is 0x0188. And over here, we have the .NET meta directory size, which is 17C. And if you take a look at this size, and if you add maybe 8 possibly over there, then you should simply get somewhere around this, depending upon what is the size for this meta directory over here. So once you get the .text section that we have over here, the next portion is I'm just adding again, like as you can see at 0x0018, we have the .text. That's basically the name of our variable. You can see 0x188 over here. At 190, we have the virtual size over here, that's over here. Then we have the virtual address over here, 1000, size of raw data over here, size of raw address, and so on. We go ahead and start calculating every one of these. So right now we will go ahead and parse every one of these till we are able to complete this. And till we reach the edata section, because the edata is where our export directory lies, and within this edata is where we will be able to find out the address of our export executable code, which will redirect us to the exact code in our .text section from where our exported code lies. So for example, let's say let me open up code here. Let's say for example our DLL main. So basically this is what is happening. Our DLL main will get executed by the box it function export address that we have. The box it function exported address basically lies within our .text section, and it could basically be something like maybe let us 0x011223344. Maybe this is the address, for example. And to find out this address, this will lie within the export directory that we have, that is within the edata directory, that is the export directory. So in order to get this portion, we will have to first find out the export directory, and to get the export directory, we will have to first parse out the whole data section that we have over here, not the data section, the whole sections table, and reach till we reach the edata section. Once we have that, we will first extract the virtual address, where the virtual address starts, where the virtual, what is the total size. So 8000 plus 200 basically becomes 8200. That is the total size for our .edata section, and then we will start searching for our address within the .edata section over here. And since we know that we only have one exported function here, we don't have to loop through any name pointers or something like that. We can just extract whatever the first function is within our exported function and directly call that exported function over here directly itself. So whatever value that we find out within our edata section, that will exactly be our address. Unlike any other DLL where you have multiple export sections, then you will have to parse through or loop through each of them by converting them into a hash table and parsing them. Unlike that over here, which we'll do that later as well. Unlike that over here, we are simply getting whatever the first address is to our exported address, and then we'll directly typecast it to a function and then call it over here by supplying any arguments or anything that it takes. So if I go back to our code here, as you can see, we kept on calculating till we reached the sixth section over here. And once we reach the sixth section, we went ahead and started calculating more information about that over here as well, until we found out what is the name pointer to our PE name. So let me go back to our code. So this is our find sections header. So over here, as you can see, this is doing exactly what we were doing. Let me pull this out over here. When you executed this code, it will simply get the first section header offset, and it will print that at the top. That is over here, that it is starting over here. Then you can see it is calculating the number of sections that it found out earlier. The number of sections was found out from the in the machine offset table itself that we found out. So if you open the CFF Explorer, you would see the number of functions that we have, and you should also find the number of sections over here somewhere. Yes, as you can see, we have the number of sections over here as well. So I pass that out so that we can loop through the number of sections that we have, which is exactly what we are doing here. And since I know that the section headers are basically of these size, for example, over here, the first section will start over here. That's at one. Sorry, my bad. The first 1 second. Just give me a sec. Okay. So basically, what we are doing is we are basically going ahead and extracting all the sections that we have over here. And since we know where each of the section lies, we are basically adding like a different 2 value, again 2 and 4 and 4, and all these values I'm getting for each of the data type is from the MSDN itself. So if you go to the, let me minimize this. If you go to the PE format, and if you go to the .text section that we would have, you can see it tells us what is the size of each of them. The .text section, the name basically stands for the name, or basically the .text variable. As you can see, basically T. That's what I've done over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the 9th byte is a null byte. So I extracted it, the first 8 bytes. That's basically the name, and then I'm printing that header name over here. Then I'm adding more over here to offset 8 to calculate the next set of bytes to virtual size, virtual address, and so on. So simply we are basically adding these values over here, 4, 4, and 4, so that we can get each of the offset and the data in front of each of these offset till we reach the .e data section that we have. Once we have the e data section, which is where our export code lies, that is over here. You can see once we reach the e data section, let me stack it over here on the right. Let me scroll it down. You can see that once we reach the e data section and once we have printed all of this, the next thing that we are doing is basically we are parsing the e data, that is our export directory. So if I go back here in the export directory, that is our e data section, you will be able to find a lot of things over here. For example, you have the, as you can see, the characteristics you have over here, which is what you would find over here. I am printing as well. My bad. It's over here. Yeah, over here. Let me zoom this out so that it's a bit more readable. Let me just drag this over here. Okay, so basically I'm just passing out these variables like I did earlier by adding whatever bytes are there. As you can see, it's the difference of 4, 4, 4, again 4 here, and so on. So this is not 4, this is 2, and so on. So we are basically adding till we are able to find out the number of functions, which is only 1, till we are able to find out the entry point for our section that we have, that is our box set, and this is where we'll find it. So if you take a look at over here, we're simply passing the exact same things, 0x0c plus 4 plus 4, and then finally we have the symbol offset. Your symbol offset is simply your, as you can see, symbol offset over here. As you can see, after adding all of these data, that the value that you would get, and finally after extracting the symbol offset value that we have, we are adding that offset because this is where our export code lies. That's basically this over here. We have converted that over here by calculating the relative virtual address. So we have 2A50 over here. So we have simply added that to the .text section that we had over here and calculated that the exact address over here. So our, as I told you earlier, that our exported code lies within the .text section itself, that can be validated by taking a look at the code that the address that we have. The address is 1E50, whereas over here the address starts at, the size is total 1E88, which is much bigger than 1E50, and it starts at 1000, which means our executable code would lie anywhere between 1000 to 1E88. And the executable code that we found out was 1E50. So we'll simply add this to the base address, and before we add that to the base address, we will have to copy our whole reflective DLL to a new region, which is read, write, and executable, and then we will add the address that we get from that region to this 1E50 and directly call this 1E50 as a function pointer after that. So that's what we are doing over here. As you can see, I'm allocating the length of our reflective DLL that we have over here. Once we added that in an unsigned car, I'm copying the original reflective DLL that we had into our newly executable buffer. Once you have done that, we are simply, I'll just comment this out. Once we have done that, we are simply virtual protecting it to page execute read. And the page execute read, once we have done that, we can simply go ahead and execute that over here, as you can see, by adding the symbol file offset, which is exactly 1E50, which we are adding to our base address of our newly allocated DLL in memory, which is in the RX region that we have. Once you've done that, we can simply go ahead and call create remote thread or any other API call. We'll take a look at the other APIs that we have for execution tomorrow. We are specifying that the handle is in current process. If it's a remote process, then you will have to get the handle of a remote process. We'll take a look at that later on tomorrow. The second value is basically the security attributes, which is null. We are not specifying anything. The stack that we're allocating in the remote process, the executable address which you want to execute, any parameters that you pass, anything that you pass over here would eventually go to our loaders, this portion here, that's box it in the LP void parameter. And finally, we have any other creation flags, and it will return as the thread ID. And it will wait till this thread is completed, and then once it's complete, it will just break and continue printing the other headers that are available. So does that make sense? Is that logical enough to understand? Or is it a bit too complicated to understand? Okay. Thanks, Kyle. So I'll tell you what this means in a bit. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give you around 10 to 15 minutes to go through it, play through it, compile it, take a look at how it looks like over there. Try to add breakpoints over here in x64 DBG. I'll give you guys around 10 to 15 minutes to play along with it. Once done, I'll go ahead and open up my x64 DBG. I'll show you how each of these look like in memory and what this would stand for, and how to use the other loader that we have, the one that I have shared over here, and why it would be different from the existing loader that we have. So take 15 minutes and play along with it, and let me know if you have any queries on that. I'll just get a coffee by then and be back. And I can simply do something like this. I don't recommend doing that right now. This might be a bit confusing for those of you who are just getting started. So if I just do this and we get the p header offset here, so we need this, and then using the p header. So over here, as you can see, I'm adding 4, then I'm adding 2, I'm adding 2, right? Instead of that, what I should be able to do was directly add that up over here, and we have the size of optional header, right? So the size of optional header is basically standing for this, which means I can simply add this up. So let me put this over here. The time and date stamp basically stands for this. So let me add this over here. And then time and date stamp number of section offset stands over here. So this might be a bit confusing. That's the reason why I did not do that earlier. So I can add +4 here again. And that's for the P offset header. So we already have the P offset header over here. So right now, if I, so this should basically be my optional header offset equal to P header offset plus, yes. So it should be like this. If you do something like this, it should be the same instead of doing all of this that we have done right now. And yes, we don't have the number of sections, so we would need. I'm just converting the values that I have to hex. It's basically shifting left. So I'm just shifting left each of them 8 bytes and everything, 8 bits and everything, so that I can get the exact hex values from the value that I have. So for example, if I have 20 in string or basically in byte, I need to convert that to a hex value, right? So basically, it's just conversion. It's like ATOI of Windows, ASCII to int, where you convert string to integer. Over here, I'm converting string to hex. That's for you, Daisy. And over here, machine type offset, as you can see, it's P header offset +4. So I can do something like this +4 +2. So now if I compile this, it should also be the same. And I can, similarly, you can actually remove more or less likely a lot of commands that you have. And I believe this should work if I have not done any stupid mistake. Yes, as you can see, it's still working. So basically, you can remove most part of the code. I just added that up so that it is easier for people to understand. So any questions still here? Anyone? No questions? Great. I'll give you guys 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes maybe, so that everyone, I got messages from a few people who just want a few more minutes. So we'll take 5 more minutes and then we'll resume. Show one thing here. Let me pull process hacker here. So now if I execute the box reflect, it's reflected. And if I go here, you can see that we have provided the region initially to be RW, and then we asked it to be RX. So it should have been RX in our case. But the scenario is that if we go and take a look at our reflected code in the memory section, we have two regions here. One is RWX and the other is RX. So from what I recall, if you remember properly, the length of the RX region that we had over here, if I just control click, you can see it's 16 kilobytes in length in total. But we also have one more RX, which is this is our code that we executed or injected. But we have another region here of 52 kilobytes, which contain similar MZ headers and everything. Now, a lot of people who use the reflective loader of Stephen Fear, they don't know that this is something that they also have to worry about. They always thought that most of the people always think that once you inject it into a remote process, that is done. But no, that's not the problem. The problem is there is another RWX region which is there within the loader of our box reflect itself. So if I go to my code of box reflect, and if I take a look at the loader.c, and if you take a look at the box read code, let me quickly explain what this code is doing. So as soon as the you perform when you let me open the P file. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. So as soon as you call create remote thread on this executable address, this address is basically your boxit function that you have. So once this is executed, as you can see, this is the exported function. It basically creates a type def. If you remember properly, I showed you how to create a type definition earlier for dynamically finding out the different APIs within a specific DLL. And as soon as you reach this, since we are loading a reflective DLL, and since we are not using load library A, we will have to perform the task of finding the kernel32.dll, anti-dll.dll, and kernel-based.dll's handle, or basically the base address within the current process memory or the injected process memory by default. And after extracting those addresses, the next portion that we have to do is to find out the function pointers over here, so that we can load the we can load the different DLLs that are there within the import address table of our reflective DLL. In case of our reflective DLL, if I do strings box reflect.dll, for example, and if I open up in code, and if I scroll it down, as you can see, we have user32.dll, we have msvcrt, we have a kernel32.dll. The message box A is an API within user32 itself. So if you want to call this, we need to make sure that this is loaded by default. But this is not loaded in every other system, which means we will have to first parse kernel32, because that is loaded in every other process or DLL, unless you have written a shellcode. So once you load this up, the next portion is to load ntdll.dll. And once you load the ntdll, once you find the address for ntdll.dll, you will start parsing out the import address table of our compiled executable. To take a look at how our import address table would look like, you can go to the import directory here, and you can take a look at the box reflect.dll's imports that are available. The first is kernel32, and there are 22 imports from that. From user32, that is just one, which is our message box A, and then msvcrt.dll, from where we are importing memset and all those commands that are required. So we would need to load that. So that is exactly what this second loader is going to do. We have created type defs over here for load library, get proc address, virtual alloc, and anti-flush instruction cache. Once you've done that, the next portion is basically we are allocating a few more variables here, and we are using the internal compiler intrinsing over here. So if I click this, you can see I'm actually using the internal command built-in return address. So this will give you the base address of your currently calling function directly, and this is a compiler intrinsic, at least that's what we call it. And compiler intrinsics are built-in functions which will work in any other exe irrespective of how you compile it. Either be it, let's say, a DLL, a exe, or anything else, this will always work, because these are specific to the compiler and the core of your kernel itself instead of anything else. So over here we have extracted the DLL based return address, And once we get the base address of our current DLL, we can see that we have typecasted the base address to an image DOS header. So if I typecast the start of my DLL to a DOS header, I can get all of these information. So once I get all of this information, does anyone remember what is alpha new? Just something that we saw a few minutes back, maybe, if someone remembers. If I go here, so this is, yes, exactly. So this is what the alpha new basically stands for. So which means that right now, if we typecast it, we will basically have information to our to the start of our P address, basically the P header. So once we have our P header, we will keep on adding more and more, and we'll till we reach the NT header. Basically, we are adding, we are keeping on adding one byte, one byte, till we reach the NT header, where we are able to validate that the section basically stands validates to 4550, which is nothing but our P and E, which is our P headers, the start of our NT header. That's basically we are keeping on adding more and more bytes till we reach here, till we this portion. Once we reach on this specific portion, the next thing is we are reading the new base address of over here. That's basically read GS. That's our general segment register, and we are reading the offset of general segment register at 0xC0. So if you remember properly, the 0xC0, if I just go back and if I open WinDBG, if you remember, we did this in the morning itself. C Windows System 32 CMD. Let me maximize this. And DT NT exclamation underscore PEB. So if I scroll up and if I do DT NT exclamation underscore PEB over here, you would see, sorry, my bad, it's a DT, 1 second. Yeah, so in the PEB header, we need to find out where our PEB lies specifically, because we want to find out our LDR address that we have. And in the LDR address at the offset 60 that we have, that is where our initial code lies over here. So basically, once we do that, we'll get the your PEB. That is, if you just go to this address itself, you will actually get that. You won't even need to actually go to the DBG itself. Ah, my bad. Sorry, this is a different one. There was actually a link which clearly stated at what offset which specific section lies. I'll search that and give you later on. So basically, you would find that at the offset 60, we have the process environment block, or the pointer to the process environment block, and that's why we are typecasting the our address over here. Once we typecast it, the next thing that we're doing is we're trying to find out the LDR address, which is basically this portion here. I think just 1 second. I think if we do PEB, just give me a sec. Let me see. NTEB. Yeah, over here. Sorry, this is the place where I was talking about. So in the TEB, that is basically where our process starts. If we add the offset 60, we get PEB. That's our underscore process environment block, which is exactly what we did. We read the general segment register, we got the offset 60, and we got our process environment block that we have. We typecasted it over there, and that's our PPEB. So if you take a look, this is exactly what I extracted from our WinDBG, which I showed you earlier, where Microsoft doesn't give you all of this. But if you take a look at the Stephen Fear code, you would also find this. The one that you are seeing right now over here, this is a modified version of Stephen Fear's code. So this might look a bit different because this is specific to Windows 10 itself. It's not different in every version. It just increases in every version the number of objects that are within the structure. So you would need to keep on updating if you change your, let's say, if you want your payload to work in other systems as well. So we have the PPEB, then we have the LDR address, and if you click on this, then we have the PPE BLDR data. If you remember properly, we did this in the morning today, where we went into the in-memory order module list, and in the in-memory order module list, then
Lost your voice, Chetan.
sorry, I'm not sure. Is there a way to avoid accessing the PEB to do the same thing? Avoid accessing PEB. I don't think of any specific reason why you would want to use that. I mean, the information that the tweet that you just shared, I think that is less specific to EDR and more specific to exploit development. So I'm not sure about the other ways as you can find out, but if you directly take it out from the general segment register, I don't think there would be anything because you're not using any API calls which the EDRs can hook. And one thing that I know for sure is you cannot modify this where exactly this section lies. So I'm not sure which will basically scan. Of course, I mean, if you're just going ahead and directly trying to parse it out by using FS30, FS30 basically stands for your 32-bit. The GS segment basically stands for the 64-bit, by the way. So FS30 is for 32-bit, whereas GS60 is for the 64-bit portion of the code. So I don't think that they would be able to scan the specific part. I mean, if they were able to scan that part, then almost every other P would start getting detected. So I don't think that that is something that would be required. I mean, because I'm speaking that from my experience. And the reason for that is because I have my own command and control center, and I have been using this technique, not the whole code, but this specific technique since a long time. And if you take a look at almost any other thing, tons and tons of legitimate tools also do that. So I don't think your EDR would scan this specific thing. They will most likely scan the region and search for specific opcodes that would be there. But just for this specific thing, I somehow doubt that. So any other questions? Okay, no worries. So we are doing the exact same thing. We are passing the in-memory order module list. Then once you find the first entry, which will be our your own EP itself, because we recall from the morning that the first P by default is always cmd.exe, as you know. The second will be ntdll.dll, third will be kernel32, and this is the only thing that we require. The reason why we require only these three is because if you scroll to the top, you can see that we only want load library A, which resides within kernel32. Get proc address also resides within kernel32. Same goes for virtual alloc. Whereas nt-flush instruction cache basically resides within your ntdll.dll. So we need to find out the address for both of these, and that's exactly what we are doing. We are getting the buffer value over here, and then we are calculating the length. And what we are doing over here is we are using a small ROR algorithm. ROR is nothing but rotate right. What it takes is that it takes a specific value, and it takes a specific character. It rotates right, and rotates right basically means it shifts every byte, every bit of that specific character to right, and it gets converted to a unique hex value. It will do that for all of them. So whenever you have a string, and if you convert every value over there 13 times or 19 times to left or right, then you would get a unique hash for that. So instead of searching for specific strings, you just go and search for that hash over here, whether every hash within the remote DLL contains that specific string, and then if you hash out every string that lies, when I say string, I mean the string, the name of the function that is there, that would basically stand for something like this. If I quickly open up CFF Explorer, and if I open, let's say, C Windows system 32 kernel 32.dll. My bad, I loaded some other DLL, but never mind, it's fine. So every function call that you have over here, if you take that up and if you perform a ROR algorithm on this, and if you try to match this with a hard-coded hard-coded hash that you have like this, and if they match, it basically means that you are able to find that specific function pointer out. So if you remember properly in the P parser, we did not do something similar because we knew that there was going to be only one exported function. If you have only one exported function, that is box it, you can just take up whatever the first function is and start executing that. But in case of kernel32 or ntdll, there are multiple functions. So basically you store a pre-created hash over here into your code. Then you loop through all the functions that are there within your system. Once you loop through, you will go ahead and send them to a ROR function. The ROR function will simply go ahead and rotate right for every value that you have, and it will rotate that 13 times or whatever times that you have. This is the one from Stephen Fewer. The one that I use is ROR 19. I just rotated it 19 times over here instead of rotating it 13 times because it creates a different type of hash. Just some basic signature evasion. And once you're able to do that, you will validate whether it matches, whether the hashed value matches the one that you have already stored. If it matches, then you will try to find out the DLL base address. Again, start finding out the your alpha new, that's basically your 3C. You'll start finding out the export directories and start finding out the function for similar to what we did over here, kernel 32. Same thing we will do for load library A, get proc address, and virtual log. We'll add 3C, we will add 80, and we'll keep on adding all of those addresses till we reach the function address as to what exactly we did over here in the PE parser. And once we are able to do that, and once we are able to find out the function address, we will store them within our function pointer that we created over here at the start. Once you've done that and calculated both of them for ntdll as well as kernel32.dll over here, the next thing that we are going to do is basically we are going to allocate virtual memory for whatever is the current size of the image, which means you allocated over here around 16 kilobytes, right? Now it will go ahead and calculate that 16 kilobytes in total, and it will go ahead and check what is the exact size of image in memory. So this size of image will basically be standing for the size of image that you would see over here. Should be in the file header, I think. Let me check. It should be over here somewhere. Yeah, size of image. So whatever value that you see over here, 11000, it will go ahead and create that much size of image, and it will go ahead and extract that and execute that as page read write execute. Now, this is the RWX region that you were seeing earlier over here that I was implying. That this is a problem with Stephen Feuer's code. Now, a lot of you people might be thinking, just go ahead and convert that to page RX, basically page underscore read write. So the problem here is that that won't work, because right now you need this region to be page RWX, because right now we are just allocating the image. We still need to copy a lot of data from our existing place that we have. We need to copy it to the new region. Then we will have to load all the import addresses that are there over here by looping through the import directory and loading all the DLLs that we need for our box reflect.dll would be over here. Once we have loaded that, we need to write off these offsets that are there over there in that specific location, and we can only do that when we have the W region, which means we will always need the W region until unless we have completed writing. So which means unfortunately we cannot do anything over here. So what I have done, there's another file called as evasive loader here, evasive loader.c, the one that I've shared with you guys. So in this section, if you take a look at the virtual allocation, which should be over here, let me take a look. Virtual alloc 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's over here. Over here, as you can see, my bad. Yeah. Over here, as you can see, I've only allocated page underscore read write instead of page execute read write. And once I have completed the writing over here, everything is same till I pass the base location, till I pass the import address and everything. But till I reach over here, once I've completed writing everything, which is just before the execution of your code, just before the execution of DLL main, and the as you can see, what I'm doing is I'm looping through the sections again, and I'm checking for the characteristics over here, the hex values. If you go to the Microsoft's documentation, and if you take a look at the characteristics over here, and let me scroll to the sections characteristics that we have. 1 second. I don't exactly recall where exactly it is, but there should be a characteristics region and characteristics 2, 3, 4, 5, and so basically your characteristics will contain specific specific types of flags, and if you're able to find out the bit flag for that specific, I think I'll probably just copy, just check this out. I'll just search this. Finding it over here, that is much more easier. Yep, here we go. Here we have it. Yes. So as you can see, the characteristics portion will basically contain any of these flags, as you can see over here. And so what we are trying to do is we are basically OR it. When I say OR, you have XOR, you have AND. So similarly, you have OR as well. So we are going to OR it and we are going to validate. So we are going to AND it, not OR, my bad. we're going to AND it, and we're going to validate whether that specific characteristics has the region that we need. If it has that, then we'll go ahead and allocate that region, and we will go ahead and change the permission over here using virtual protect, not virtual protect, sorry, virtual protect from again kernel30.dll. Similarly, we will validate it for every one of them, and whatever the region is, we will allocate them automatically depending upon the characteristic that we have. And normally any DLL will never have any RWX region, only the text section will have RX region, and the rest of the region will be this specific portion. So even if you remove this portion, it should be fine. So right now what we can do is, since we have done that, in our make file that we had, what I will do is I'll e underscore box reflect, and I'll type it over here as evasive underscore loader, the file, the new file, and I'll type evasive underscore. I'll just override the existing one, never mind. So now if I just compile this, make, we have, you can ignore the typecasting, not really a problem. Once we have done that, the next thing that we are going to do is basically we are going to do, shouldn't it be yes, so the reason is basically you can just go and do it for RX, not a problem. But the thing is that if you take a look at the legitimate DLLs that are there, let me take a quick example of an extremely legitimate DLL that is there on disk. Let me take an example of this ADV API 30.dll. So if I just double click it, you can see that the MZ header and everything is only there in the R region. You won't find any other RX or RW regions over here. So basically, we are exactly replicating how the legitimate DLLs of Windows work, and we are modifying, putting R to R, we are putting RW to RW region, we are putting RX to RX region. You can convert all of this to RX, but that could be a problem when you have some regions which need to be written. For example, in your DLL, let's say for example, if I go here to your section headers, you would see we have a .data section, right? So this data section contains strings like this, for example. For example, right now we don't have anything over here, but if you have something like, let's say, test car, let's say 1024. Now, when you're actually using it, this specific portion of the code, this can be embedded within your .data section. So if later on, if you're going to modify this value within your own code, but if you don't add this portion of the code into your RW region, you won't be able to write that. You will get an exception and your process would crash, which really something is that you don't want during your engagements. So it's always better to actually appropriately find out which section belongs to which characteristic and appropriately change the permission for each of the section, because they also look legitimate. That's the second benefit for that. So right now, let me go back and I have compiled this. Let me do XXD again. Let me check the size again for my new box reflect.h. It's the same size. So I should be able to freely compile it, make p parser, p parser to documents. And let me go here and execute. I'll have to copy it again. That program was already running, so it wouldn't have overwritten it. If I execute p parser again, you can see box reflected. If I go here, I should not be having any RWX region at all. As you can see, there are two RX regions, and the size is also pretty different. The first RX region is where we originally allocated. Now I'll tell you one more thing. This 16 kilobyte is what was allocated by our PE parser. That's this one. But the second portion that you have is only 8 kilobytes, which you were having earlier as 52 kilobytes. Now that 52 kilobyte, which you were seeing earlier, is split into multiple different sections, and the RX section is only 8 kilobytes in length. So as you can see, you can only see the RX region, and we can validate that by starting our box loader. So this is on the process hacker, remember. If you go to the .text section, and let me open magnifier here, you can see our .text section basically stands from 48, 8D, 0D, and so on. And if you take a look at this, our .text section over here as well, you can see 488D, 0F, F9. So we have basically appropriately parsed out the only text section, and we have allocated that separately, only the region that we required for that. Does that make sense? You can actually calculate the length by just going over here as well. But yeah, that's just if you want to calculate it manually. So this is basically how we can evade that. But one more thing lies is that the old code that we had, that is still there in memory. So how do we erase that specific old portion of the code? Any ideas? Any guesses? Any ideas? Any guesses? How do we erase the older? We only need one RX, right? The earlier one is basically allocated by the initial loader, not the secondary loader. This is our secondary loader. But yes, so the answer is free. But there's where the problem lies. The RX region, yes, the RX region, that if you try to free that up, this whole region, sorry, not this one, my bad. Evasive loader, yeah. So this whole region itself is the initial RX region. So if that is before this DLL main. So if I virtual free it over here, my program would crash because I'm trying to free the exact same region which I'm executing within which I'm executing the code. So I won't be able to do it from over here. Instead, what we can do is I'll probably go over here and I will create a struct over here. Let's say, for example, struct. Let's say, for example, my underscore. Let me just type my underscore PA underscore PTR. And over here, I'll just type, let's say, void, let's say LP void. That's my long pointer. And I will specify whatever the region is for my current region itself. So over here, I'll just type my DLL base. So what I will do is I have this structure, right? So I'll just semicolon it. I'll create this structure over here just before all of this ends. And I will also have to get the exact DLL base address, which should be from the initial 3C location that we found out, which should most likely be this itself, is equal to my VA PTR. And let me just take it a bit down. I'll just create one more ulong PTR here, so that we do, because we are going to override this later on. So is equal to this, my ADDR, and I can just put this inside over here. And once I've added that, semicolon, and this would be a comma, my bad. And once you've added that over here, we can simply pass this pointer over here, the structure pointer over here as an LP parameter that you need over here directly. And finally, when you come to the box reflect.c, over here, you should be able to do virtual free. The reason I added that in a struct and I did not pass it directly, remember that I added that as a struct over here and not as a, I could have simply passed this directly as well. The reason why I did not pass it directly is because a lot of times you, whenever you're doing any engagement and if you return your own reflective DLL, you might want to pass parameter to your code. In that case, you will have to add that up over here as something like, for example, LP void, LP parameter, and then you will have to add up your LP parameter so that you can pass the parameter as well to your DLL main over here within the struct. You won't be able to do that if you don't create a struct in this case. That's the reason why I created a struct and I passed it out in a struct itself. And now if I go here, so virtual free, initialize the LP void address, which should be, let me, my ADDR. I will add to typecast it again. Bad, it's over here. I'll just put this up over here and PTR and pointer my VA PTR equals to struct PTR parenthesis and this, and we should be able to directly free it. So the virtual free initial argument is this, so dot my DLL base, comma, the second is basically the size. It's fine if you don't know the size, it will automatically calculate if you type just mem underscore release. And it should free that up Again, I will have to validate that I am not doing anything wrong here. I'll have to check that portion here, and it's LP void. Yep, where it's giving an error over here. Yeah, I'll just try to typecast it because this is LP void. And now if I xxd make the parser, cpp parser, and let me see here. I hope it's already running. I'll have to copy that again. Let me see. Let's hope that it works. It worked, and let me see if our region is still there. That region is still there, which means DLL base init address was not our region. Let me check. I think that's because sorry, my bad. This is basically the box it address itself. Okay, just give me a few minutes. Let me check this up. I don't exactly recall which is the I think this is basically getting overwritten over here somewhere, and that's the reason why it's giving an error. Yeah, it's getting overwritten over here, as you can see. So let me just check and get back. And by the time I'll give you guys around 5 to 10 minutes, just take a look at this and let me know if you have any doubts in the new code. By the time being, I'll just fix this up. Any doubts still here apart from this portion? No doubts? Okay, no doubts. Great. Let me change it and think this. Should be at the offset 80, I think. Nope. The assignment is to go through the new code and walk through all of them. We have almost reached the end of our today's session, so yeah, so it's fine. I understand that the reflective dealer can be a bit confusing. In the end, it's not a lot different from just basic mathematics. So you'll just have to keep on adding the instructions over and over again. And I believe once you go through the different calculations, and if you just open up the CFF Explorer and start calculating, that should simply become much easier in that case. Yeah, sure. I can surely share you the working code. Just give me a sec. Let me. I think my screen sharing got disconnected. Just give me a sec. Okay. Just give me a sec. I'll just share you the updated code which I have, where I'm actually modifying the erasing the existing p header itself. So just give me a sec. Okay, sorry, my bad. The older code was working, and I forgot to just let me just give me a sec. So the older code was working. The only thing, the only issue was I forgot to actually copy it. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay. So 1 second. So if you take a look at over here, what I did was that as soon as I found out the DLLP header, I subtracted 0x80, because if you take a look at the CFF Explorer at 0x3c, we have the offset P header at 80. So if we add 80 to the base header, we get the P header. So what I did was that from the P header, I subtracted 80, so we got the initial base address itself over here. So I added that to my DLL base function pointer that we have here, and I pass that as a function pointer. And now let me share my other screen. Give me a sec. Let me share my other screen. Okay, right now if I execute this, I get box reflected. And if I go here and if I take a look at the RX regions, there's only one single RX region and nothing else. The other 52 kilobyte or whatever that was, 16 kilobyte, that's now erased. Let me just compile this and send this across. Let me share it via my G drive itself. So I'm uploading this right now to Drive. Give me a sec and let me share the link. Okay, I've shared it in the Discord channel, and you guys should be good to go. So any questions still here? Any doubts? Anything? No questions. Yeah, we have some questions, I think. Yes, it's infected, of course, because it's a reflective injection and it contains an exe. So let me see if I can. I'll just remove the exes and I'll give you so that it doesn't shout that it's infected. Just give me a second. Duplicate should work. Let me just share it across. Don't worry. Let me just remove the exe and it should simply work. Okay, so this should be good to go. I have deleted the older one. And let me share the updated one. Okay, here we go. Okay, use the new file to download it. That should be fine. And I believe we have almost reached the end of our today's session, I think. Yep. Yep. So we've almost reached the end of our today's section, except there is one thing which I would like to provide as a task. So in the end of the slide deck so basically we have reached over here till page, sorry, my bad, I'm sharing the wrong screen. Just give me a day, give me a second. My bad. Okay, so we have completed all of this, the conf file header, the section headers, export directory, P offsets, finding them, and basically how the Stephen Fields reflector still shows the RX region, which in our case would only be a single RX region, as you can see over here itself. And finally, modifying the reflective DLL section so that we can only have a single RX section in place. This is basically the exact code, the extra code that we added, which is already there in the slide deck. I have also shared the code that I have modified. And instead of using RAW 13, I explained how we can use RAW 19 to rotate the keys 19 times to right instead of rotating in times only for 13 times, some basic signature evasion. And there's also a Python file that I have provided over there, just in case you want to convert your using Python and embed that within your file, so that you can compare the hard-coded matches that you have. And finally, we have the last section of hiding allocated sections with image spoofing. So this is a task that I wanted to give you. I won't be going into this today. I'll be going into this tomorrow, because the aim over here is to there's a piece of code that I've given. Try to understand that. I have given the description over here. And once you're able to understand it, the aim is to make sure that you can integrate this with your reflective DLL so that you can hide it in your code that you have. So basically, you can see over here, once you go and load it up, this is how it would look like. You have actually loaded ADVPI 32 and your shell code is at that specific location, but it shows that your shell code is loaded in the location of ADVPI 32, not the shell code, basically the reflective DLL. So basically, you would be able to spoof any existing memory regions that you're virtually allocated with an existing DLL's value, which is a legitimate one. And if you double click it, even in Process Hacker, you would see something like this. I won't be going into this detail because this is a specific task and I'll be explaining this tomorrow. But do you guys have any other questions still here? Because we've already reached the end of today so that's the reason. Not exactly module stomping. In module stomping, you will, if you take a look at the code, you will realize that in case of module stomping, what you're doing is you're loading a legitimate DLL and then you are replacing the .text section over there. But when you replace the .text section of a legitimate DLL with your own code, you are facing a single problem over there. And one of the major problems, that is, if the module that you've already loaded, let's say the legitimate module that you've loaded is, let's say, for example, maybe let's say AMSI.dll, for example. And in module stomping, what you usually do is, let's say the text section size is, let's say, 1000 bytes, for example. But let's say you write your own DLL and that's like around 4000 or 5000 bytes. Now, if you copy your DLL's 4000 or 5000 bytes to the module stomped region, which is around only 1000 bytes, you will basically perform a buffer overflow, basically a stack overflow, and you would end up crashing. So which simply means that in module stomping, you're limited with the size of the .text section of the P in which you're trying to inject. We are not doing that over here. We are playing a bit with how with what exactly is the pointer of our virtual memory, and we are modifying how exactly it looks like whenever any other DLLs try to perform a specific query on what exactly loaded at this specific address. And we are playing a bit with PEB as well. And that's the reason why I wanted to give you guys that specific thing as a task, because we have done a lot of PEB stuff today. So which you will obviously some of you might need to go through in detail in that. And once you go through them, just so to make sure that you understand them very well, and if you take a look at the image spoofing code as well, you will realize that it's not a lot different. You won't even need to do modules stomping, or you won't even need to do anything else if you understand how the PEB and TEB works. That is one of the greatest and the things that you could basically understand. And once you're able to understand that, you would simply be able to almost do anything, including things like unhooking syscalls, or adding hooks to existing DLLs, and hooking your heap encryption, and a lot of other stuff. So it all depends upon how good you are with the PEB and the TEB and the initial loaders that are there within the code. Cool. Any other questions from anyone? Looks like there is no one with any specific questions. No worries. So even if you have any questions, even if once you go through the code, and even if you have any questions later on, feel free to ping me up. Feel free to ping me up over Discord or over Signal in case you have any queries, and don't hesitate to ask me any questions. I'm pretty friendly guy, and I like to help out people in case they have any questions or something. So feel free to ping me up, and I hope I wasn't talking a lot fast today. Sometimes I do have a tendency to speak a bit fast, so feel free to let me know that if I'm going very fast. And yeah, that would be all from my end then. See you guys tomorrow if no one has any questions then.
Thanks, Chetan.
Thanks, Ajit.